Okay, look at that. We're live, everybody. Excellent. Welcome, everybody, on this Sunday, November 23rd. Hash Church Season 11, Episode 47. Pretty stoked. We got a true cannabis cultivation wizard in the house today. Let me just turn off some of this. There we go. There we go. I got like nine boxes open and they're all doing the same thing. My voice in the background. So, yeah, no, we're blessed today. We got a true cannabis cultivation wizard in the house, the one and only Matthew, who is Sync Angel on Instagram, legendary bug specialist, IPM mastermind. If you ever wanted to know how to keep your garden pest free without torching the terps or the microbes, this is the episode you've been waiting for. Matthew's been battling bugs and winning for decades, dialing in biological controls that actually work in living soil and beyond. Get ready for some next level grower knowledge. Light one up and dive in. We've also got the man, the myth, the living legend of cannabis education, Russ from Cha Education on Instagram. So he was here a couple weeks ago with us, and wow, it was really wonderful. Great sharing from him. All right, so real quickly here, I am going to go through our sponsors because, yeah, our sponsors make a lot of things possible for us here, and we appreciate them. So just give me a couple of seconds here as I get into this page. All right, let's see if we can find what we're doing here. Let's see if we can find what we're doing here. All right, so today we're going to shout out Puffco. Actually, it's the Press Club. No, it's the Puffco. Let me just make sure I'm doing it right here, guys. Yes, yes. So, Hash Church family, before we light up the next bowl of truth, we got to send big love and massive respect to the crew that's legitimately dragging dabbing out of the dark ages and straight into the mainstream spotlight, Puffco. These guys aren't just making devices, they're rewriting the culture. The new Proxy is a straight up masterpiece, modular, sexy, hits like it's personally offended by weak rips. I like that. Then they went and dropped the 3D XL chamber on the Peak Pro, 80% bigger clouds, some flawless flavors, zero extra effort. It's the cheat code every hash head's been praying for. And don't sleep on the pivot, pocket-sized perfection that finally makes real dabs portable without turning your session into a science experiment. Puffco isn't following trends, they're setting the bar so high the rest of the industry needs a ladder. Proud to rock with them every Sunday. If you haven't, do yourself a favor and step into the future. Puffco, the official dab rig of Hash Church. You can go to www.puffco.com to check them out. You can also hit them up on Instagram. So they are also there. All right, next up is the Press Club. Real quick, before we dive back into the sermon, we got to pour one out for the squad that's quietly revolutionizing the game behind the scenes, the Press Club. These legends took rosin pressing from the sketchy garage experiments that we all loved to legit art form, supplying the cleanest, most bulletproof gear on the planet. Food grade, stainless bags that don't blow out, micron perfected rosin plates, pre-cut parchment that actually fits, and those press bags that turn your bubble hash into gold without a single hair of contaminant sneaking through. Every single Sunday, I would say half the hash we're blessing up here comes through the Press Club filters. They're not chasing clout. They're arming the real pressers, the ones who care about purity over pounds. If your rosin ain't looking like wet glass and pulling like a freight train, you're probably still using hardware from 2018. Do better, level up with the Press Club. Because clean inputs equal holy outputs. Official rosin armor of Hash Church. Much love, y'all. Much love. You can check them out at thepressclub.co. Use the code HashChurch for a 10% discount. And we hope you do that because obviously we want you guys to support our sponsors. Now, I'm just going to make sure real quick here that everything's good and that you guys can hear me. Yep, perfect. So we will go last but not least with bubble bags. With the bubble bags. Before we keep the circle going, I just want to say a quiet thank you to the people, myself, Rachel, the team, who've had our backs longer than almost anyone. Bubble bags. 2.5 decades in, and we're still the same humble, no-nonsense crew that handed you the original 8-bag system and basically taught the world how to make clean, full-melt bubble. Nothing flashy, just medical-grade screens, bomb-proof stitching, and the kind of reliability that lets you focus on the plant instead of worrying about your gear. Every Sunday when we start staring at those glistening piles of pure trichome heads, we know exactly who made it possible. Bubble bags, never chase the hype. We just stay true to purity and let the hash speak for itself. We're honored to rock with the originals. Thank you for everything, bubble bags. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it real. Let's start Hash Church, shall we? Let's start Hash Church. Let's get these guys in here. We've shouted out the sponsors and apologies to both Matthew and Caleb who were waiting in the room for a few minutes. Matthew was gung ho. He was at least 1 minute early. So apologies to not let you know that I usually shout out the sponsors in the beginning, but nice to see you both, man. Nice to see you, Matthew. I've only met Matthew once, but I've been following him on Instagram for quite a while. We had a nice little meal here in Vancouver when Grandmaster LEDs brought him up here for some discussions, and it's good to see you, bro. How you been?
I'm doing all right lately. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you, dude. We got Cha Cha as well that we sent the link to. As you had mentioned, you guys often have some good dialogues, and I'm not sure if you've met Caleb Chen before, but Caleb's in the house as well. Caleb's been doing work there at the university in Humboldt and doing a whole bunch of really cool projects, and he's just kind of become a nice part of the Hash Church family here.
Hi,
We need a
Matthew.
lot more of that research. Oh, sorry. I should let you say hi. I appreciate it. Hey, Caleb.
Yeah, so where are you tuning in from today, Matthew?
San Diego, California.
San Diego, California. So I suspect, yeah, that's a beautiful spot. I've never been to California, but I did just get a waiver for the first time in 30 years. So I will be coming down to San Diego, California in the near future. I've got a good friend who lives there who's does holography. So a whole variety of, yeah, he does the holography on I mean, if you know about holography, it really is just a stamp that creates diffraction and splits light. And so he's able to put like really cool multicolored patterns onto THCA. And you look at it and you're like, what the hell is that? Like there's ink on there. And it's like, no, 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 there's nothing on there. This is just the diffraction of light. And it makes it, he could put your face on there. He could put your name. He could put, so he's in San Diego. So I'll make sure that the day that I go out there to visit him, we get you out for dinner and you can trip out on some of this THCA holography.
I'd actually really like that. Not the least being the fact that one of the things I've been working in my personal time on is a little uh, video game, a little 8-bit video game, actually.
Really?
And I'm probably going to be looking for an artist to do a little holography on the label because I'm sorry to say it. The one that I've been working with, I've been very patient with, but they have been having some issues. So great artist, but I think I need to work with somebody else potentially to get out the
Yeah, it
door.
gets to the point with holography where it's not so much about the art, it's about the holography. And so it's one thing if you can create the art, it's another if you can create the holography, and it is pretty complex. I'm lucky, my partner who's in San Diego, he is his family's been in holography for 40 years. They're kind of at the top of the game. They're the full melt 73 micron holographers out in the world. Haze holographers, Caleb, just to let you know that it's that level. Anyway, I'm stoked for today's episode. We got a few more folks coming in. Why don't we, maybe start with a little introduction, Matthew, from yourself and kind of how you found yourself interested. Well, just give a little introduction because maybe the audience doesn't know exactly, about you, what your interests and your focuses are. But I'd love to hear a little introduction from you. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, sure. So for those who don't know, I'm the founder of Sentinel Consulting. And I've been doing IPM support for about 16 years or so now. At this point, a lot, maybe most of my experience to by some extent has been in cannabis, but I've also worked in Gerbera and tea. I spent 2 years in the People's Republic of China.
Mm.
Um, I have worked with people internationally in Australia and Brazil and parts of Europe and other parts of South America and Mexico. Um, so I have a lot of experience in different crops and different types of echelons of scale and that kind of a thing. And I do a lot of, I mean, I help people with pest problems with IPM issues, both the creation of strategic plans, but also helping with emergency issues and things like this. I help people with training personnel with IPM and crop scouting and that kind of stuff too. So that's generally where I do most of my normal work. And then recently, some of the things that I've been doing is I recently was at recently, the 2024, I was in Fluence. I spoke at the Fluence Photo X, which was very fun and interesting experience. And I've also produced a lot of content for longer than that on my YouTube channel, Zenthanol, which is the one I'm posting in the chat with. So if you want to, I see people are already adding me. Um, if you have questions or something, maybe we could do a little bit of that too at some point here. I'm jumping all over the place a little bit, but I do want to say that I also got interviewed recently by Verde Perto, which is a documentary from Brazil that's talking about like the sort of the international climate of cannabis cultivation, the culture. Um, and just recently got picked up by Netflix and HBO. So that's kind of
Nice. That's sick. That's super cool, dude. Sorry, I'm just sending the link out to a few other folks here. I guess one of the things when you're IPM specialist, a bug guy, you got to know that bugs are all over the world. There's really literally nowhere that you can't find bugs. So it makes sense that you're on this international scale, sort of helping people all over the place. I guess with when it does come to IPM though, it's pretty specific per crop, isn't it? You're dealing with different bugs, just different variables, different terroirs, different everything.
yeah, absolutely. And I often advocate for the idea that it can be super nuanced, different counties and different provinces or states or however your country is organized, can have super major effects on and also just your own resources and things like that. It's easy to say like, oh, well, obviously you should use this product that I have easy access to. But I've learned, especially having sort of international outreach, it causes me to be very nuanced in how I talk about those sorts of things because not everything is accessible everywhere, and it would almost be insulting, I think, to not give people the respect of that kind of contextualization.
Mm. Well, it's definitely a very important aspect of growing whatever you're growing. When the cannabis companies in Canada started doing their raises and you started seeing all these decks hit the tables and you'd look at these decks and one of the things that not a single one of them would have in their deck was crop loss, like of any level. They just didn't cover crop loss. And I was
Yes.
like, geez, like that seems like a kind of like a pretty important one we might want to have in there. And obviously IPM fits right into that whole sort of thing. And obviously a ton of these companies that raised all this money, quite a few of them went bankrupt from that very thing, from crop loss, whether it was, a lot of, the standard mistake, which is like, let's take cannabis plants from Afghanistan region where it's super dry and arid and throw them into sort of a tropical greenhouse setting and see what happens with that. I'm guessing you've seen quite a few of these sort of situations where you've kind of gotten in there and just been like, okay, there's a lot to deal with here. How do you go about creating these plans for groups when you walk in and you're just like, mildly overwhelmed with what they got going on? Because bugs can, get out of hand fast.
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, I just wanted to back up and agree that it's surprising how much this kind of fundamental sort of thing is just not checked. I guess, sometimes I've talked with people about it a lot, including growers at various scales, and I think it sounds a little sententious or condescending maybe to say it this way, but for a lot of people, I think it is sort of ego and or like or at least at very least idea like I don't want to focus on that because I'm doing other things or I want to focus on the growing or if I grow the plants really well, I won't have any problems. That's this kind of a thing, and maybe that has served them for a long time, but eventually you do get hit in the face. I think something happens that was not under your control. Extrinsic factors happen. Oh, suddenly you have here's a big one. Oh, you have to make construction changes because the regulations change. Oh, why didn't you think about that? Oh, well, now but of course I'm being facetious here. Like you wouldn't expect it. You had the regulations, you're building for the regulations, but then those change, or you can't use certain products, or you can't use certain biocontrols even. So those big changes that you relied on, now you have no options, or you have this big hole in your wall, and you weren't planning for that. So yeah, I think being humble about that, or having sort of a contingency plan, is really important, among
Yeah.
many other things.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I also think a big part of a lot of people's surprise is scale. When they scale, right? They're like, I've been growing for 25 years in my tent here, or I got, maybe you got up to even 20 or 30 or 40 lights. It's not quite the same as like a, multi-100,000 square foot greenhouse or a field or, I just feel like scale is a real, it can be a real bitch sometimes. From the hash world, I see it all the time. It's very much what you just said. They just don't want to deal with it. And it started when we released the 5 gallon set of bags. Everyone was like, "This is great." Subcool started doing the hand washing, and it was all about the hand washing. And then we came out with the 20 gallon bags, and people were like, "Oh yeah, you lose your purity, you lose your quality. It's just not quite the same." And maybe for them it wasn't because they weren't willing to just change the slightest variable that just is like, hey, if we change this variable, scale will start to work a little bit. And that can be as simple as like maybe the actuator on the mixer is a little bit longer than shorter. I wanted to take the opportunity to welcome Russ from Cha Education in the room, as well as Etienne Fontaine, my dear friend. I hope your hip is feeling better, brother. Oh, I can't hear you.
Hey, just out of curiosity,
I
when
can
I'm
hear you.
talking, is there feedback? Let me
No,
know
it's
if
pretty
there's
clear.
feedback, and if there's any weirdness, I'll put the headphones on. Just
Yeah, no,
let
you
me.
you sound completely perfect as we go right now.
Okay.
Welcome,
My mic
Russ.
was
It's
turned off.
nice to
That's
have you.
better now.
I was
My
wondering what was going on there, Etienne.
Yeah,
my
I
son,
just had
my
to.
son hurt his hip too, so I feel for you, bro.
Oh, dude, that was brutal. Multiple times in the hospital, but it's a pinched nerve, and it has gotten better and better. It's just right now, sleep's just a little challenging, but besides
Yeah.
that, I'm back to walking, but my hip's weak, so I'm working on some rehab and walking. So thank you everybody for your love and support. Really appreciate it, and yeah, it's great to be here.
You ever do those? You know what? For pain stuff, I find like high CBD and like lower THC. So it's like, let's say 10 milligrams of or 100 milligrams of CBD
Hmm.
and like
Yeah.
5 milligrams of THC. Something like that kicks my
I
ass,
found
actually, in a good way.
900 milligrams of THC and 100 milligrams of CBD is fine.
Holy shit.
There's these thing
That
called tsunami caps we have here, and
that is
so
the wrong ratio. I'll flip it.
it worked for me.
That's right.
Everybody's different, right? So,
That's right.
I titrate to about a 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 ratio THC to CBD. So,
Cool.
um, that one I mostly use for sleep or just because the pain was so heavy I couldn't think or
Yeah.
work. So, yeah, I'm very fortunate that we have products that are higher levels than necessarily some of the regular product lines. But I regularly just do usually a 50 THC and a 20 CBD milligrams each daily. That's my kind of daily run that helps me with my pain and anxiety. It's just this pain was so severe, I just needed something of a higher dosage.
Yeah.
But
Just
now I'm titrating back down
yeah.
to my
Yeah. Yeah.
regular. So
It's
yeah.
actually funny with pain where it's like normally a high dose THC would like warp your mind, but because the pain is so bad, it kind of just balances it out. Like it takes away the high and is just managing the pain. There's an interesting relationship there. But anyways, I'm kind of digressing. Let's stay on.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing, 900 milligrams of THCA would not reduce anxiety in me at all. It would
Me neither.
completely increase anxiety. Let me tell you something.
I
I
think
ran out of gummies about 2 weeks ago, and I eat them every night, around 30 milligrams before I go to bed because I don't really want to feel all cooked up. I didn't have any for a couple of weeks. I was in Montreal a couple of days ago, just finishing up a work trip, and my friend gave me a 60 milligram, and I knew not to eat it all. I was like, I just won't eat it all. It'll be fine. So I ate half of this thing, and I'm pretty sure all 60 milligrams was in the half that I ate.
Done that, right?
Because I'm on the plane and it's uncomfortable, and the plane, it's like, oh yeah, it's like 6 in the morning, which is 3 a.m. in the morning, Vancouver time. And I haven't been on this trip long enough to really switch times. And so it's early, we end up at the de-icing station for about an hour. And that hour just happened to be the exact hour of intense anxiety I was having
Yeah.
from that gummy. But it was cool, man. As a hardcore cannabis user, I don't know. There's some enjoyable thing talking yourself off the ledge, you
Yes.
know?
Yes, it's like the funniest thing. Canada, for some, I was going to bring that up. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but we thrive on being over the like so high, and we have
On
to
the
go
brink.
crack the public.
On the brink, I call it, right? You're on
Yeah.
the chasm of falling into the
Yeah, you're like,
nothingness.
why am I gonna come across as like, I don't know. Yeah, I think if you go like into a Carl Jung deep psychological perspective, there's like an element of the self that has to emerge as authentic, and you have to be able to present that to people. And we are interested in finding that tangent.
It's definitely one way to experience ego death, which I believe is what you need to do to kind of, find that authentic. The ego seems to dilute authenticity. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because we're scared and we think we're not going to fit in, and we're whatever it is, we all have our issues with it, and we all tend to do it. I want to shout out my buddy Neil, who totally filled my empty jar with Haze live hash rosin.
Oh,
Oh,
Wow.
fuck, dude.
oh, oh,
Dude, I
oh.
forgot. I forgot he did. I came home to throw my jars away, and I have this incredible tool, and I've talked about this tool before, and probably I'm not going to be able to find it now, most likely. But if I do find it, it's even worse because I don't know the company that makes this. But anyone that can find the company that makes this tool, it's a metal dabber with a silicone squeegee at the end. Well, let me figure this out here. There we go. That little
Um,
guy right there. This thing cleans out Myron jars like nobody's business. Like you think it's empty, you give it a little squeegee shot, and you've got like a beautiful dab of the last little bit. So I pulled this out yesterday thinking my blueberry smash was all gone, and I cracked it open and saw it filled. I'm telling you, it's so rank and so hazy. You got to come up, Caleb. You got to come hit this right
You
away.
got to
Oh
come
man, I would
down
love
and
to.
let me hit this.
Absolutely.
By the way, is the squeegee like really rigid
It's
or?
it's it's not super rigid, to be honest. You can bend
Oh,
it.
but that looks like a
So
lot of rigid. You're
the
putting a lot of pressure on it though, so
yeah,
it's
the
like it
metal
can
goes
really
to
get in
about
those
here.
corners.
You can, dude, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. And when I don't have it and I want to clean, because these little jars, they're always such high quality resin. There's always a
Agreed.
fat dab left in each one. That
Yeah,
is
you'd
for
be
sure.
surprised what you're wasting. I completely agree with that uh premise.
That's it. So yeah, Russ, Matthew thought it was a good idea. He said you guys have great dialogues. I thought it would be a really great show to get into the whole IPM discussion. I don't know if you guys have a place you want to start, or if you just want me to start hammering off little questions. Matthew had a great idea. I thought after you guys spoke about this for a while, we could get some questions from the chat, as our chat is. I mean, this is a special group of people, man. They show up every Sunday. They sit for 3 to 4 hours and listen to us talk. They engage. They're back and forth with us, and I just I really appreciate them. So it would be a great idea to involve them and get some of their questions answered here down the line. But yeah, if you guys have any idea where you kind of want to start with this, we can do that, or I can start, hammering out some questions.
Yeah, I don't have anything on in particular. I figured, it's a free flow thing. If Matthew wants to talk about something, I'm sure the conversation will just steer itself.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
also wanted to give sort of a credence to the, sort of free flow nature of hash churches and how they typically are. So, but like I mean, I'll start by saying this, by saying I work or I do IPM, there's a lot of like connotations associated with that, but like I'm not somebody who's like out here being probably goes without saying, considering the people that we have in this roster here. But yeah, I'm not out here asking people to use avamectin or some of these other nasty, noxious compounds. But I am, one thing that I think is sort of unique to me is that I emphasize quite a lot on how a lot of pests are able to resist even these noxious compounds. Like budworms there are populations that have been shown to resist things like DDT, if you can believe it. And they hybridize with other closely related species or other subpopulations. Like in China, for example, there's massive chemical use of these compounds. It causes a selection pressure, many of them to occur. And then they come around here. And even if you're doing everything right and you're growing your plants with a sort of a certain ecological resilience, or you're trying to be cognizant of, using multiple different approaches so that you don't have resistance popping up. It didn't, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but then these populations then come in and you have to account for that, especially if you're growing in a way that allows the budworms to like lay their eggs on your plants, like in a outdoor field, or even in some cases greenhouses if they have an opening or ingress point of some kind. So I think focusing on those aspects of like ecology and genetics, we focus a lot on the plant, but I'm here to say that the bugs, they have their own microbiome, they have their own genes, and it allows them to have some pretty powerful capabilities, and they've been doing this for like 300 million years or so. Some populations are, of course, a lot more honed and a lot more recent, but still, like spider mites, small genome. They were the world record holder for the smallest genome for any animal. So like I want to say like 90 megabase pairs.
Huh.
Um,
It's
and russet
interesting.
mites are smaller. Russet mites have like 30, 32, like Aculops genus. Aculops like a persicki, the tomato russet mite, was clocked at like 32. And despite having so little genes compared to cannabis that's got like 900 megabase pairs and we have 3.1 giga base pairs, more or less. So despite all of that, they've got like 1,000 plus host species, spider mite, two spot spider mite, the one that we deal with. Um, and it can quickly develop adaptations to different plants and their toxins and their defense signaling, and they can even manipulate the defense signaling in many plants, cause them to have the wrong reaction, which they can then exploit. So when you know all of this stuff, it causes you to have, I think, um, it makes you, sort of challenge like a lot, like, and analyze like claims that people make about products or services or processes. It's like, did you account for these things? Or are you as a grower or a breeder accounting for these things? When you're trying to look for resistance in plants, are you challenging them? Are you controlling for other uh, confounding variables, or your own personal bias? Are you doing the respect? Are you at least giving people the respect of that before you say that your plants are really resistant and you should pay a premium for those seeds, or whatever other cuts? That's kind of the philosophy that I bring a lot of the time. So maybe that could be a jumping off point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Mark just sent a cool article that we might want to discuss in a little bit. I'll let him bring that up when he gets here. I'm just doing a million things over here. How did you get into bugs? Like what were you super interested in bugs when you were younger? Like you don't seem like you're super old even right now. So I'm like, what drove you into this sort of pathway of this rabbit hole of insects?
When I was younger, I was one of those people who thought bugs were kind of cool. I think it's because they just have an alien biology to like mammals, right? So that was, honestly, I do think that was like the initial hook. Like, oh, like these creatures, they have this hard body, very different like physiology to us. So, and there's so many different kinds, right? But then I often say that it blossomed into an approach, an appreciation for like other aspects of nature. So like plants and fungi. and mites and all these other sorts of organisms, and then other life forms, other mammals, other life. I'm very much a naturalist in that way. I would say I would characterize myself. But I will say that I got a little bit tired of like tropes because, of course, creepy bugs, horror, those are pretty much the only like emotional engagements people have with the insect kind, I suppose, is like in horror flicks or horror media, or like as like a threat, like a hazard, right? That could give you a disease or something like this. But I think that it's a lot more fascinating than that, of course. And biology is so complicated. You can find a niche in everything and anything. So for me, I
Absolutely.
just I just think there's like a cool respect for what they're able to do and how long they've been doing it. And I love to even go all the way down 30,000 foot viewpoint of like some of these pests. Like I said earlier, like how did they evolve and what did their genes do? I think that's pretty cool.
I got into insects through macro photography. This is a little Salicydae, a jumping spider that I photographed on my. He was sitting on a dandelion, and if you go up close to his eyes, you can see the dandelion leaves reflecting in his two big eyes, and also you can see pollen all over him because like this is actually resin, a resin gland right here on his forehead. That's actually like a little trichome cluster of hash that landed on his head because, of course, he's a spider hanging out in my environment. And so it was a friend a long time ago who told me if you want to practice macro photography and you don't want to fall into this trap of being like on rail systems where the camera is just a robot and you're standing at the back of the room taking a picture with a clicker, doing stacks and manipulating your depth of field. I did none of that because this friend of mine said, go and look for bugs. They almost never sit still. He said, you can slow them down if you've got real fast ones like wasps and stuff. You can put them in the fridge for like, or the freezer for like 30 seconds. You'll slow them right down. You'll get enough time, maybe a minute, where you can take a couple of photos. The jumping spiders are so curious of humans. It's one of the only insects I never had to cool to take a shot of. They're so interested in engaging with the human, making sure that they're always facing the human. So I got to learn a lot about bugs and maybe remove myself from that alien aspect and the negative aspect of bugs because I just found them so like perfect. I just couldn't believe how perfect they were as I got into their world and as I was able to open, the depth of field when it's so tiny. It's so hard to manipulate to a point where you can see with clarity what it is you're photographing, but photographing insects was what allowed me to gain some excellence in photographing of glandular trichomes and cannabis really as a whole. So I
That's rad.
also, yeah,
I love jumping spiders. They're like my favorites.
dude, I
They're
think
like
they might be
I'm
my
like
spirit animal.
yeah, they're like buddies. They're like somehow, I don't know. They're like the buddies.
Dude,
They're,
everyone feels that way too. I'm telling you. People that don't even like spiders, it's kind of like people that are allergic to cats, but they like Maine Coons.
right,
They're like, do you know
right.
what I mean? Like the jumping
Yeah,
spider is the Maine Coon
yeah,
of spiders.
right. That's what it is. That's awesome, man. That's cool. You actually did a macro shot like that because my great father-in-law is getting older and he gave me family his camera. It's a macro, so it's got a macro lens and it's so rad. But the focal point, the stacking thing, I haven't figured out yet. Like, so that was a pretty good for having a field depth change of
Dude,
that spider. It came out really clear.
dude, trust me, it's super challenging to manipulate your depth of field
Yeah,
and put it where you need it to get clarity. I would be remiss if I didn't show the other photo. I showed the flower and I showed the spider, but there's one other photo that I photographed, and I'll never forget my son Tosh. He was very excited about me doing photography. He was about 4 or 5 years old. And he was like, Dad, what if we photographed some ice? And he just had this loving energy of like being so excited to be doing this with me. And he went outside and he grabbed a clump of snowy ice and he brought it in his little tiny hands and it was melting. And he's like, Dad, can you photograph this? And I was kind of like, you know what? I'll photograph that, dude. I mean, in the moment, I was kind of like, oh, geez, that's gonna melt super fast. Okay, I'll go get my camera. I'll set it all up. This is the photo that I took of the ice that my son brought me. If you notice up close, and I'm gonna go closer for you, and I'm not a religious person, but I swear to God, is that not Mary, the mother, holding baby Jesus inside that ice? Like, am I making that up?
Sure looks, sure looks like it. I definitely see what
Oh,
you're talking
The little
about.
hand, the two
bro,
heads.
It's a
Little
Rorschach test,
nativity
bud.
scene.
You could see whatever you want to
Yeah,
see in it.
Well,
it's true. It's true.
I'll tell you, I asked about 100 people what they saw in that photo, and every single time they said Mother Mary. Maybe I was asking religious people. I
Yeah, it
don't
sounds
know.
like you're asking Christians.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't
Well,
have too many
maybe,
of those
well,
left in
actually,
Canada.
well,
it's
you just need someone familiar with that parrot that phenomenon. I would say, which would increase that number quite a bit. But
that's a
For
really good
sure.
anyways,
photo, though. That's a really good photo. That goes on. That goes on That's like a calendar photo, bro.
oh, that's a postcard for sure. And I love
Yeah.
the hexagonal crystal
Dude,
that things
exactly.
that
The
yeah.
three-dimensional frame of what the
Yes.
picture is sitting in was just like such a cool shot. And it was
Oh yeah,
funny
this is a
because
Christmas card.
when he brought it to me, if anyone that's a parent, you have these moments where your kids are so sweet and innocent, they want to do something, and you're kind of like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. But as a parent, you just have to say, I do want to do that and give them that opportunity because I don't know how I'm going to get this. You just want to give your kids that opportunity. They want your time, not your dime. That's what
Yeah.
kids want.
Yep, it's true. Hey, someone in the comments brought up praying mantis,
Mm.
and I kind of had a question for Matthew about what
Mm.
he thinks about using. Is it manti plural? What's the plural of mantis? Is it just
There's
mantises?
a there is a
Anti.
well, it's if you talk to an entomologist, they might say that there's a bit of a nuance, but I think mantises is acceptable.
Okay, mantises. You think so? What do you think? I have never actually bought eggs. I've never used them. I've seen they come in the garden every now and then, but what do you think about their role as like a predator that actually controls things versus just having because if they're a generalist predator, I would always think like whenever I would see them, they would sometimes have the good guys and sometimes the bad guys, but it wasn't like they were just going after the bad guys. So it's kind of
Well,
like,
like
what do you think about the balance it provides in a garden?
I think in a lot of cases, most pests are too small for mantises to really have like an effect on,
Mm.
especially as like large adults.
Yeah.
So in general, I don't think you would see like spider mites. No, maybe big caterpillars as they're roaming,
Mm,
maybe caterpillars that are on the exterior. Although in my experience, and the research I've also read and the people I've talked to, I don't think that they represent as much of a problem, at least in cannabis, for example. In other crops, maybe this is more true, or in gardens where um, maybe you got like big beetles, like cockchafers that eat the roses and the petals and that kind of stuff, maybe. But like, I don't think that they're, and this is a common, trope you see in like garden centers and other places, people like selling the mantises. But I think they're a beautiful specimen. The only problem is that also a lot of those mantises are like Chinese mantis or other mantises that are invasive, and
uh,
so they displace the mantises here sometimes, and that's
oh,
not great. Or
interesting.
they carry diseases and parasites.
So it's kind of a similar analogy to the commercial ladybugs versus
Yes, yeah.
wild, similar sort of. Huh. Okay. Huh. That's
There are
cool.
good. There are also the lady beetles that people harvest that are from here, of course. But I also, for similar reasons, I also think that they there's a lot of there's a lot of reasons to not use them, I suppose, or better options that might be more optimal, I think.
Yeah, I think the larvae are better. Like the one year in 2021 ish, we had this crazy. I intercropped carrots along some autoflowers, like a 50-foot bed. Just the whole row was like a border hedgerow of carrots. and I'd never seen as so many ladybugs. And it was when we were having like a bad aphid year, and the ladybugs were breeding on the carrot top, the actual greens, and then they would migrate over a row to the cannabis and lay the eggs all over the cannabis. And I'd never seen so many lady beetle larvae before in my life. And those were like, I think they were more effective at controlling aphids than even the lacewing larvae. I was blown away by the lady beetle larvae.
The larvae got to eat. And you're right, the beetles, they've already did their metamorphosis. They're looking for, well, part of the problem is they're depending on the species, a lot of time this particular instance is kind of species agnostic. This is true for a lot of lady beetles. You store them cold, and they do maybe have a winter diapause in nature, but then they have this behavioral response that when it warms up, they want to fly further away because there's probably not food where they're at, where they hibernated. So when people release them, they get stuck in the fans, get chopped up, they get into all these sorts of things you don't want. If they're in your house, that's not a fun experience. And if you have Harmonia axyridis, the harlequin lady beetle, that thing bites and is smelly and excretes like a yellow staining smelly substance from its joints.
Oh, crazy.
um, who wants that, so
Nobody. No.
nobody wants that, I don't think so. Yeah, like, but the larvae are voracious. They eat like dozens or hundreds of aphids, much
Yeah.
better deal, and they don't fly around.
As far as I don't know, I haven't checked in a few years, but it's for a long time there wasn't a commercially available lady beetle larvae. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
they're I think that's still true because they're just so well, they're so soft. So I think I don't think it's easy to store them too. Whereas the
interesting.
adults have like a diapause behavior. Yeah.
But the lacewing larvae are able to be sold. They have a harder exoskeleton. Is that what you're? Is that accurate?
Oh yeah. I think it's more so to do with rearing procedures, but maybe there is a product out there that I'm unaware of for lady beetles.
Yeah, I
But
don't
for
know.
lacewing,
A few years.
lacewings are more ancient. Lacewing larvae have been around a long time, and so
Really?
you can tell because yeah, lacewings, their wings are very primitive. They're
Huh.
flat, they're long, they're gossamer, and they've got big veins in them. Whereas more sophisticated, like versions of the wing they can fold, or there's two of them instead of just having one pair or whatever. So
Wow,
yeah, it's
interesting.
kind of
Huh.
yeah.
I will say this from the beginning of Marcus's sort of diatribe on insects. I think that insects in the study, the entomology is, it's like kind of the root of making sure society functions because it's like you just I always like iterate through like steps and first there's food. If we don't have food, we all die. And so, how do we get the food? We have to grow it. And how do we grow it safely? Make sure it's not being eaten. And it's like it's the root of all of the baseline functions that allow civilization to exist. Is this topic? It's part of it. It's really
That's an interesting way of looking at it, It's like we've removed ourselves, humans, from the food chain, right? We're not running around getting chased by fucking tigers and getting eaten for the most part. But now our food hasn't left the food chain. Our food can be consumed and we can perish. That's the reality of it. That used to be the reality of moving into a colder environment. Winters were a serious thing back in the day. If you didn't grow enough crops to get you through your winter, people would perish, and that's it's still happening in the world. And bugs are definitely a big part of that on both sides, apparently.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's true. I think it's it's maybe not the first, but it's one of the biggest conflicts of the human species, and that's kind of actually the theme of that video game I was talking about earlier, a little bit. But I don't want to go into too much. It's still in development, so but it's a little 8-bit game. I will be releasing cartridges for people who have Game Boys because I'm an artist, and that was kind of the point for me is could I make like a little 8-bit, not super extensive thing, but could I make a little 8-bit game using the same hardware they grew up on.
Huh.
That also was sort of inspiring. Being able to live in a sort of a virtual world where you find these amazing creatures that evolve and change, right? So, and also for those who played Pokemon, which is what I'm referencing here, people can't see on the screen, is if people play the first generation, and I did as a kid, like a big theme is like genetics. Like it was released in the mid 90s, cloning was becoming a thing, and there's a Mewtwo, clone of Mew, right? Like, so these concepts, Parasect, by the way, for those who played Pokemon, Paris and Parasect are cicada, inspired by cicada, that get infected by fungi, which I think a lot of people now are very familiar with from like the viral videos and things about cicadas getting eaten alive by fungi. And if you haven't heard of that, you should check it
Cordyceps.
out. But cordyceps mushroom, yeah, cordyceps fungi. They also, they take over the mind. They some of them, in the case of cicada, produce psychotropic compounds that basically make them trip out the males, and they're looking around trying to look for females to mount or do whatever, while their abdomen rots away and the spores are just trailing along onto the soil, which is where the cicada are going to come out. They're going to emerge from. So that kind of research was just starting to be looked at around about that time, and so they use that as inspiration. I think that had a lot of effect on a lot of people. I talk to scientists all the time, for whom that was a major inspirational point, at least for movement into biology, if not bugs. So.
I remember the first time I found a cordyceps insect that was like zombied out right behind my house. I was just climbing through the forest. I wasn't looking for it at all. I'm just looking for whatever. And I found these little beetles with these mushrooms coming right out of their heads. And I was like, holy shit, like that is cordyceps right in my own backyard.
That's
The
fascinating.
the zombie mushroom. It really is. It's crazy to see videos of like the bug just like basically like just all it is its exoskeleton. There's nothing left on the inside. It's just been consumed or whatever, and it's just moving like and always trying to go up, right? It's like it wants it to go up for a greater disbursement of spores. Like what a crazy fucking intelligence that somehow just knows how to tap into the brain of these insects or whatever it's tapping into and making it work. Like just taking over the mechanical aspect of that insect is it's pretty mind-blowing.
The two bug facts I want to hit you with, since you mentioned that. One is that some research has shown that jumping spiders, since you were so enamored with them earlier, sleep or enter REM sleep.
Hmm.
They dream, potentially,
Isn't
which
there?
is kind
Isn't
of
there? My daughter was watching some show. Isn't there some zombie show where like they get
Stranger Things or whatever.
No, it's not Stranger Things. It's a
Oh no,
different.
This is yeah, there is a show. It's based on
The
a video
fungus.
game. It's really well written too because it's all about how this kind of it's based on cordyceps and they talk this is us or that was us or something.
Yeah.
The
Um
Last
Is
of
that
Us.
one and
The
two?
Last of Us,
The Last
yeah.
of Us.
The
Last of
Last of
Us.
Us.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
they in the show they talk about how like things have to get colder or something. The temperature of the human body's too warm for the fungi to attach.
That's
It's
like,
kind of
yeah.
it's a neat
It's
science
true.
fiction, right?
It's true that a lot of fungi can't infect us because our body temperature is too high. That is
That's what I'm
true. That
saying.
is a
It's
true
it's
fact.
kind of
Yeah.
a cool story where the body temperature goes down just this slightest amount, and now people are, completely overrun by this fungi. Kind of a
I
cool
will say
But
concept.
there is some really interesting data about candida, I think, and certain fungi that are in our bodies that have hyphae that can like bore through the stomach lining. And there's some emerging data that's showing that they're like influencing our brain, that they're like somehow able to like do some level of override of the baseline human physiology and influence us to like consume things like sugar. Like we get sugar cravings. Like it's not necessarily us, it's the thing inside of us. So it's like kind of
yeah,
tricky and important to recognize that like you have to be careful with like what you think you are doing or you think is good. It's not always the case. It's
No, it's
I
it
mean,
it
what exactly
speaks.
is you
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
here?
exactly.
That's the question.
That
what
gets the deep philosophical question, but it speaks to toxoplasmosis, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like
Yeah,
the
with the cat.
yeah. And we all know that there's like cat people, right? They like love, and I love cats myself. I have cats. It's like it's just a wild thought that this parasite can get into your brain and be like, and just
Ah,
make you love cats even more.
There's
yeah.
even viruses in whiteflies that do this. They get into the whitefly and then they cut off, basically they infect certain neural genes or neural cells, and they kind of lobotomize the whitefly such that it doesn't have a normally has a preference for green plants. Or I'm sorry, I might be getting it reversed here because different insects have different. Some of them like to go for yellow, some of them like to go for green for different reasons. But if I remember correctly, it actually normally goes after yellow plants, and so it overrides that. Basically, it takes out those cells, and those cells are crucial for preference, visual preference, and so it goes for green because, and this is good for the virus because it's evolved over time to do this. Probably used to kill off most of the whitefly neurons until it only killed these ones off, but that paring down allowed it to go to new hosts. So isn't that kind of crazy? And there's actually a lot of insects that have this paradigm with different pathogens, things like that. So yeah,
That's wild. That's really
it's
wild. It's like how there's like some innate intelligence in viruses are fascinating because it's just like so weird to me. I swear, I don't know, maybe I've done all the psychedelics I can, but there is like this weird, I feel like viruses are like a biological coding system, like we're floating in a sea of viruses that are just codes, and it's a coding mechanism to maintain
Yeah.
some type of weird balance.
I'm wondering why we don't put just the hospital masks on our plants so we can keep the HLVD away. Won't that? Doesn't the mask stop
Hey,
it?
Somebody
When you
makes a
touch
great
them, they'll
amount of
still
money
get
on
through.
HLVD
So
masks, right?
that's a good
Yeah.
meme. I'm making that
yes,
into a
yes.
meme.
Was
I'm
that
writing.
Russ?
I'm making it into a meme right now. I'm writing it.
There
Please
you
do,
go.
because
Good.
that's a meme, bro.
I'm sure it's. I think I've already seen it, to be honest.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I can't even remember the first time I kind of got turned on to the concept of predator bugs. I'm guessing it came from ag to cannabis, as it must have existed for a long time before that. But do you know a little bit of the history of using bugs as predators, Matthew? Is there a little bit of a kind of history to that we could kind of get the cliff notes on?
Yeah, definitely. So biocontrols as we know them have like people have been trying to use like insects and mites and even microbes like Bacillus thuringiensis I think has been known and been used for like over 100 years. I think it might be one of the first ever used as like a commercial product, and I think it might even be as much as like maybe late 1800s, early 1900s, believe it or not. At least the research goes back that long. Actual success might have taken a little bit longer. um, I know that one of the first biocontrols is like a arthropod, like an insect or a mite that was used. Is I want to say I used to know it, but I think it was it might have been mealybug destroyer, or it might have been something like that used against the I'm forgetting the exact name, but there's like a cottony cushion scale insect that you've probably seen if you grow like citrus and things like that. They're very common here in California. Um, and I think a lot of people know copper biologicals. It's like the granddaddy of biocontrols and making it commercialized and that sort of a thing. I am, a little bit about me. I usually don't like to, and I don't have like favorites, or people ask me all the time, like, what's your favorite biocontrol, company or whatever. And like, there's other people who like take money or have professional associations and that kind of stuff. And I don't really have that with any of these groups, and I actually don't think that there's like a huge difference between some of the big names out there, for those who ask that question, because it happens a lot. But I will say that it's a true statement that copper is one of the biggest ones right now, and it got that way because it was one of the first to really try to standardize this process. And so I think they deserve credit for that. And maybe the last 50 years, IPM, by the way, ancient concept, some of these ideas, it's been morphing and morphing over time. But the IPM of today is basically a factor of like maybe 50 years, or maybe, like the modern IPM, like looking at ecology, looking at the genes, looking at all these things that we can sort of concentrate and pyramid, to have the most advantages on our end, most disadvantages on the many pests that we deal with.
Mm. Excellent. I had a couple of good questions, but my wife's texting me and now I completely lost them, but maybe they'll come back to me. I guess it was about, oh, it was a good one. Yeah, it'll have to come back. That sucks. Welcome, Dr. Mark. Laughing at me. I haven't even had a puff yet. Swear to
Hey, what's
God.
up?
But I did eat too much gummy last night again.
Oh, that's your problem.
Mr. says
Not,
the
not
guy who
enough
just ate
THC in your
900
system.
milligrams of fucking THC.
Oh, hold on.
Jeez.
I think I would reach the spirit realm if I
Yeah,
had
bro.
900
Bro,
milligrams. Yeah,
so
I would melt.
I would
There
be
you
like
go.
in the
Right
spirit.
there. This
No,
will
that's a
definitely put you in
thousand
the spirit realm.
milligrams of THC, not 900, dude.
This is the upgraded version, which I'm starting on today.
Jesus,
Good. Or-
Holy fuck,
literally.
dude.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh,
God.
I can't believe the timing of my wife's text. I was like, I had a good, exactly from what Matthew was saying to take it into this next sort
Why
of
don't I
thing.
want to remind you, copper, years of IPM, 50 years, maybe over 200 years of biocontrols, predatory mites.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So you had
There you go.
mentioned earlier that the bugs have their own biome. And we know
Oh,
that the
yes.
biome of the soil can help with secondary metabolites in the plant. We're getting these bugs to bring them in to do a specific job, much like when we bring in a cannabis plant and we, breed it without the strongest breeding practices only for flavor. Sometimes all of these other things happen beside it that maybe it's now attracting bugs or it's attracting mildew or it has some other weaknesses because all we focused on was this one thing. I wonder if the biome of the bug has an interaction and has the ability to help the plant produce these secondary metabolites that we're so excited about. And maybe this is a Matthew, Russ, Dr. Mark question, but yeah, that was
Well,
what
the
I was
answer is
thinking.
yes. The answer is unequivocally yes. To what degree it'll depend on the species, but like there's cool research that shows that you've got like so the resistance factors. Well, a lot of bug herbivorous insect microbiomes, especially, are influenced by what they feed on by the host plants, and so we've seen that some bugs are going to be benefited by those microbes. So the microbe is like sort of a double agent. Maybe could even help the plant, and then it's sucked up into the gut of the insect and helps the insect too, potentially. So a lot of microbes have a very versatile lifestyle. Maybe they have multiple lifestyles that they can switch to, or under certain conditions allows them to do this. And then also, and if you're interested, I actually just did a presentation on some of these factors, and I have the slides, and it might be fun to go over some of the cannabis
100%.
specific research. So yeah,
100%.
but uh, what I wanted to say is that like a lot of this is true in other crops too, but in cannabis in particular, um, a lot of endophytic bacteria and fungi, probably no surprise to some people, is heavily influenced by the soil and substrate, right? So it's not for all of them though, but for a lot of them, there's like the bulk soil, then there's the microbes in the rhizosphere, and then some of those become maybe interact on the surface, and then some of those even enter into the plant, and then a lot of those then maybe even move up into, usually through the xylem vessels, into other tissues. There was a cool, and I could bring up the slides like later. I want to give Russ and other people a chance to respond to this because it's a very complex topic. I'm sure everyone has some cool ideas, but it's been
The,
shown
the
that also
the plant
some of
doesn't
these
fix nitrogen, right? The plant needs these other things to fix nitrogen, right? The plant itself has not figured out how to fix nitrogen because this symbiotic relationship with the microbes. And isn't it true, Matt, that actually a lot of a lot of insects actually rely on microbial digestion in their gut because a way to attack the insect is to basically attack the microbes that live in their gut so they can't digest cellulose, and yeah, there's these things that actually recruit uh, bugs called nod factors that are actually released by the plant that actually encourage microbial and fungal population in the soil in and around the roots. So there's kind of like this beneficial thing that's happening down there. And yeah, they both need each other, really, to be honest.
There's like a three-way handshake kind of going on.
Yeah.
There's a huge genotype microbiome matchup. Some of the research, and I think we're going to get into it. It sounds like people are very curious about this, or very interested in this topic. But like, um, uh, in this one research report I was reading about that was published very recently, the different lines that they had, so they had like very line bred lines, they had domesticated, like less domesticated lines, and then feral lines and landrace lines. And basically as the domestication went up, they found that on the whole, bacterial diversity went down, actually. And this is no surprise compared to other crops too. A lot of breeding, ancient breeding too. It's not just modern breeding, screwing it all up for everyone. Humans that didn't have any concept of genes or any of this stuff, they're just trying to survive. um, Brought plants out of other places, grew them in different environments and grew them in ways where they weren't necessarily looking at the microbiome dynamics. And so this has had a truncating effect uh, compared to their wild ancestors for a lot of plants. So that's actually a really cool thing too, is that like we as growers and breeders could sort of turn that on its head potentially and reinvigorate that maybe by merging the less domesticated and the more domesticated lines and looking at genes and microbes therein. But the really cool thing I wanted to say was that a lot of people are familiar with Rhizophagus regularis, which is a arbuscular mycorrhiza fungi. And they found that it was in all tissues in cannabis, particularly. And maybe this has been found in other crops too. I'm not familiar, but usually it's associated with the roots as a mycorrhizal fungus. But it was actually found in stem tissue and leaf tissue and flower tissue, all tissue samples in the plants that they were looking at. So that was kind of an interesting thing. And it was I think it was one of the core microbes that they found in most of the lines that they were looking at. How much of that is selection bias, I don't know, but I thought that was really interesting that even the feral populations often had this fungus interacting with it.
Yes. And all connected to this, I think if you really want to go down the nerdy rabbit hole, you look up ISR and SAR. I still am trying to, always develop those fields of interest, right? So it's like for a grower that wants to stimulate the plant's metabolite system, you can sort of trick the plant into thinking it's being attacked. So like if you were to use something like frass, which is the insect, exoskeletons, the frass itself triggers is it the A? No, the SAR. It triggers.
No, it's not. A frass is the feces.
Yeah. So frass triggers ISR. Is that right?
It could be both. It could be both. It can trigger an immune system because the plant is reacting to mostly it could be other metabolites, but a lot of time it's the chitin.
Yeah, the chitin. It's all the chitin. It's all about chitin and chitinase, and that triggering the plant's immune system response. Yeah, that's the nerdy rabbit hole. If you want to boost terps, want to boost your terps, frass is rad. There's plenty of other things too. Chris Trump had a really interesting thing about this IPMO. Have you looked into that? This IPMO thing with cultivating the own entomopathogenic fungi, like literally like making it yourself. It's really wild what he was describing. It seems like
Yeah.
a lot of room for, it's like compost tea. Like, are you making it? What are you making? But
What is
really,
in there exactly? And are you controlling for things? I worked with a man named Steven Svold, which I'm probably not pronouncing correctly. It's a very Nordic last name, but he worked a lot with Bouveria bassiana. And the Cliff Notes thing about this is that when I was cutting my teeth on using Bouveria, especially on whitefly, silverleaf whitefly, which it worked amazing on, and many other pests too. He told me that I was looking at creating an auto inoculation trap for this greenhouse, this Gerber grower, cut flowers, which is a trap where you attract an insect to get all dusted up with spores in this case, and then it will surely die and perhaps even mate and transfer those spores off to another adult or something like this. And I was asking about whether or not it was possible because I knew you could grow it on agar, for example. But what he told me was that if you grow Bouveria and many of these other entomopathogenic fungi on a not just a non-insect substrate or non-insect based substrate, but on like a non-challenging host, like if they don't have to sharpen their teeth, so to speak, on a real immune system that challenges them, then if the fungus can just get by just replicating on free food sources, a lot of those genes, virulence genes that we rely on for biocontrol, they very much wither away very quickly. And so I know there's people out there who grow these or like try to grow these microbes or offer them, but there's a reason why like biocontrol companies spend like millions of dollars and lots of like technicians time and energy to like make sure that the product that they're selling not only improves but also continues to have the sharpness
yeah,
that they should have. So I think that's an aspect of IPMO and things like it that I think like I think more and more people are able to actually assess this kind of a thing and to know for sure. Likewise, I know somebody in Arizona growing cannabis, and they are growing Bouveria or Betterhesium, which is a similar kind of fungus for those who don't know, uh, on like grain spawn, and they're not seeing virulence change. So there's certainly ways to do it correctly, but it's one of those things that I always want to bring up because I feel like some people, if you don't control for everything or you don't have a way to do that, there might be some complications.
yeah, yeah. It requires some thought. Yeah, yeah.
We got semi in trouble from Marone Biotech a long time ago by reclaiming that Cornell University put out a study that Bavaria bassiana was harmful to honeybees. But then
Mm.
Cornell sort of they changed it or something, and Marone Biotech got their feathers all up in a ruffle that we were making that claim. But I was like, well, it's not really our claim. We're just sort of like reading about this. And what's your thought on that, Matthew? I was wondering.
It's interesting. I live in California, so for me, like the joke I was always told was like, whole wings of pesticide departments are made up specifically so they can follow the rules and regulations of California. Like, does it actually work? If you put the name of the organism on the label, it better work on it, which I thought was normal, but apparently is not, which I think is crazy, by the way. But yeah, not very consumer friendly, I think. But it's interesting because I know California has restrictions for Bavaria, and I've actually met Marone in person a few times to attend some presentations of hers and other things. It's never struck me as somebody who would be like kind of against it, but she has left Marone Bio Innovations or however it's termed. So maybe she's not directly in charge of these sorts of things. I think that's been true for a while, but I know that Europe, just to answer your question better, I know that Europe has these restrictions. I know California, I'm pretty sure California has restrictions on use for like daytime or during like flowering season, or to like make sure you don't kill honeybees and wild bees and other sorts of insects therein. So I support it, and I know that there's other groups that support it too. And I know that Marone, the person, I think supports this, but I'm not sure if the company, maybe they can't take PR loss. I don't know.
They support Bavaria bassiana. They didn't support the concept that it killed honeybees.
But that's what I
The-
mean is I guess
oh,
like
okay.
the yeah, sorry, the sort of the eco forward perspective. I think Marone the person also shares that, but maybe the business itself didn't want any kind of thing that would make it seem like it's bad for the environment.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Speculatively, yeah.
Like us.
Yeah.
Were humans on the list?
Dude,
Yes,
we are the
exactly.
list.
Yeah.
Sorry
But
for the
yeah,
vibe
super
there.
good to hear your words today, Matthew. Always a lot of respect and love for everything that you're doing. So
I appreciate it.
thank you.
Good to see you,
Yeah.
Josh.
Thank you, Marcus, and as well everyone else as
Thanks for
well.
joining us.
Are you in
Wasn't it
Europe?
Pulse? No,
Say
that
what?
he was definitely in Europe.
Okay. The background, I see a giant. I was like, he had a giant cathedral.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's
Just
funny
hanging
because
out at the Notre Dame.
well, listen, the first time Johnny from Huckleberry Farms of famed Whitethorn Rose came on Hash Church, he was at La Sagrada de Familia in Barcelona. I remember being like, dude, are you in Barcelona? He's like, yeah. And he's got the whole thing in the back while he's walking around all these people. I was like, dude, why don't you just get in a cab and come to my hotel? Like, shit, trip me out. But yeah, that is awesome, Josh.
This is just a photo, but it's the photo of the tower right before the Charles Bridge in Prague. So there's a bunch of towers like this. It's not a cathedral, it's just a tower in front of a bridge.
In
You
front of
can,
a bridge that's like 1600 years old.
that's the
Yes.
truth.
Right, right.
As
That was
many
the
friends of
You
mine
kind of
like to
forgot that
remind
part.
me.
What's that, Matthew?
Oh, I went to China for 2 years, so I remember I went to the Tiananmen Square and the Yuyuan Gardens, and there's these. I remember seeing these trees that were actually held together with metal bands bolted
Really?
into the trunk. Some of them were splitting.
Oh yeah.
They're like, oh, this thing is like, this thing is like 10 times as old as your country.
That's interesting because we have this super old tree in Stanley Park, and it also has these kind of metal bands. And I would not be surprised if that technology, that concept came from Asia, from China in particular. We have a huge Chinese population in Vancouver.
I wonder if
And
it's like the sword. It was developed in many other places. Put metal thing, wind it around tree.
Yeah,
Does good enough.
it's
as long
hilarious.
as you don't strangle the bark, you're good to go.
As long as you don't strangle the bark. So yeah, we're just chatting IPM, Josh, which from a living soil perspective, and I don't want to spray shitty things on my plants. It's got to be right up your alley.
Super into the talk about endophytic fungi and bacteria because it's a semi known but semi unknown world, I feel like, and each endophytic fungi and bacteria has its own medicinal values and stuff, which are extractable. But again, I don't know a lot about that. I just find it really fascinating. And man, we used to go through getting bugs and doing a lot of sprays and everything. And I don't know if it's education or luck, but for the last few years, we've just been going with the model of equal parts flowers and food to cannabis. So you can't just have like a big cannabis field, you know? You have to sort of do strips, I would say, in our experience. You know, you do like a greenhouse or a strip, and then in between you have flowers and potatoes and things that are constantly flowering, which are just always bringing in this with the wind, this flow of bugs and also I'll say that we think, and this is not verifiable that I'm aware of, but we've been using a lot more wood chips. That's beautiful, Marcus. A lot of wood chips.
Inspired by you.
Dude, find your coolest tower, put it up. But anyway, and just putting a lot of carbon in the soil, a lot of sawdust, a lot of wood chips, but not, obviously not directly in the soil. You kind of buffer it in the aisles and then you fold it in as it breaks down, it becomes more like soil. And then we think that there's more fungi in the soil, which just pulses through the plant, which keeps away powdery mildews and different things. I don't think it keeps botrytis away because botrytis is so environmental, and in so many cases mildews, which whether they're powdery or downy mildews are all the same. But we have, and also our light depping, we don't light dep and close all night anymore. We don't close from 8 to 8. We only close at 6 and open as soon as the lumens are to 0. So in the beginning of the season, that's 10:30 for us about. By the end of the next 2 months, it's like around 8:30 at night. So just close your greenhouse at 6 and open it as soon as it's 0 lumens, meaning now I have flow through all night because we never had fans or anything. We're super passive, so, situation where, and we have not sprayed one thing on our plants. We have almost zero any mildews and no spider mites, no uh, russet or any of those terrible, mites.
I
Even
feel where
white
you live,
flies,
I feel where
everything's
you
just
live in the
balanced.
Cooties
Yeah,
is like a very special place in the sense that there's definitely other people growing around you, but it's not the most concentrated place where every single person is growing because it's like
that's
no
true.
matter how much you have your shit in order, if you got people, well, just not having their shit in order, which is like down the street, or maybe someone's visiting who's also visiting, coming and helping do work, but they're also helping people do work that do have mites and all of that stuff. Like you guys are definitely out there.
That's part of our IPM, and I would admit that. Like we chose a
Smart.
place far away from humanity, and then our area
Super
is
smart.
not actually a bunch of weed farmers around here, which I also think is great. We have no blow by from mass farming. We have logging. We have any issue that comes with logging, which is potentially sprays or something on clear cuts. We don't have that right here.
Mm.
But we do have like a neighbor that grows indoors, like our direct neighbor that's right there grows indoors. So it's not we don't have anyone with. We also start everything from seed. We don't bring anything in from clone. We start it from seed in the ground, in the spot where it's grown, no transplanting. And but I will say we have had crazy outbreaks of spider mites. Our cucumbers do get actually powdery mildew pretty bad, and they're in the same greenhouse as the weed. We've had terrible broad mites, russet mites. We have had those issues. So that's why I say I don't know. Is it luck? Did we realize like, wow, these flowers and everything are making a huge difference? I think it's adding more other plants around you, having trees and bushes and plants. And I believe it's those things which is balancing our environment. That's just what we think in this moment.
I think that's dead on. I've been studying that. Josh is like totally dead on. This is actually really important. If people want, it's like the concept of polyculture is very powerful, and like if I was to quantify something, like whatever, if I'm approaching this from like a scientific side, I've been trying to attract beneficials into my environment for a long time. And what I've found is that at least minimum 25% of your space has to be for other flowering plants. So if you have a 100 square foot bed, 25 square feet has to be for your insectary plant. That or whatever food. Most food is like, it's funny you just have these names, but a lot of time the food crops or the herbal medicines are the insectary plants. It doesn't just have to be like a lissum. It can be a carrot or whatever. And so there's this like interesting relationship with that. And so like Josh says, if you go up to 50% or something, you're going to have like this really interesting polyculture relationship. And then the roots of the plants too are cross talking. There's, evidence that there's some generation of other microbiological, from the exudates of the polyculture plants, of the insectary plants. There's something going on there. There's potential with yarrow to release phenolic compounds that stimulate immune responses in neighboring plants. There's a lot of really interesting research in that field.
And you have
and
to be willing to pull the plants out as well. You have to be willing to be like, oh, there's an but pull them out, you know.
yeah, right. That's right. And it's really interesting you bring up, like the carbon and the fungi. And there's this, I was kind of just like nerding out on this while you were talking about it. And so like from an endophytic perspective, if there's all these endophytes in the plants, right? Like they trigger the jasmonic acid response, ethylene, enhanced production of secondary metabolites, cell wall reinforcement. There's all these components to having an increased microbiological soil, consortium of soil microbes that get into the plants and stimulate these immune responses. So it's like there's a lot to be said of unpacked with that, and there's not tons of data on this, but it's like it's a powerful thing. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, yeah.
I would say that one way you could try to discern whether it's luck or strategy would be to like challenge the plants. Get a bunch of spider mites, see if the spider mites stay on. Put them on the plants and find out. Or same thing with powdery, like that's how people do it with genetic
That's how,
resistance.
yeah, we did it with powdery mildew, right? Is we'd put
Yeah,
plants in there with powdery
you
mildew to see
directly
which
put the
ones
powdery
were.
mildew, which is
Yeah.
hopefully not a hypovirulent strain, by the way. You have to, that's another thing. Like some powdery mildews, they're making millions of spores. Maybe a good glut of them actually, get on the plant. You don't see the first like 120 hours of infection, anyways. It's invisible to the human eye. By the time you see even any sign with your Mark 1 eyeballs, there's already been a lot of failure on the plant, on the point of the plant's local immune response and the manipulation of the powdery mildew of its physiology, which a lot of powdery mildew get to do really well. A
You
good 60% of the genome is based on plant manipulation genes in many powdery mildews, like the ones we deal with in cannabis.
Also, what about the thing with, I mean, some powdery mildew that affects other plants is not necessarily the same strain. I finally get to say the word strain properly, right?
Yeah,
Powdery
exactly.
mildew on cucumbers might not be the same strain that is going to affect cannabis. So there's that's really fascinating. Like I see it on calendula. I've had calendula in greenhouses, attracting all the pirate bugs, and it's covered in powdery mildew, but it's not getting on the cannabis. So I'm like, oh, maybe this is like a different strain.
And kale gets powdery mildew pretty bad. Also, kale gets aphids really bad, but
Yeah,
they're not weed aphids, you
that's
know.
right. That's right.
But
Yeah.
Exactly.
it does call in the other bugs that eat those things, right? And then so now you have an overpopulation of that around. We also used to kind of kill yellow jackets, right? Like in the beginning of the season, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get ready, for because yellow jackets get bad or whatever, and then we started realizing, wow, that was the dumbest thing in the world.
They love
Right.
caterpillars. Yeah,
They
paper
just eat
wasps is a good.
everything meat. They just want
Yes,
meat.
that's true. That is true.
And you
Well, if
can,
you get
and I also
yellow jackets
yellow jackets.
particularly are this way. Yeah, yeah.
And you can make, this sounds silly, but you can make friends with them. And I've heard
I
there's
agree.
studies. Yeah, no, there's studies where like bees like recognize your face. So
Yes, it's true.
we have like light depth, hour or whatever, and we go, and then all of a sudden, some years, like there'll just be a bunch of nests right around where we have to mess with the tarp, right? So then we're like, oh shit, but we just go like, we're just like, kind of tap on there, like be like, hey, like super into you guys being here. We're just doing the tarps thing. They'll buzz around and not mess with us repetitively every single day. So I'm like, all right, this is fine. This is where, I mean,
Wasps are super intelligent for insects.
we have to
Yeah,
allow things to be intelligent. We have this concept that like even us, we're not intelligent till we learn something when there's like built-in knowledge and stuff. And then our kids, like we have to teach them to be smart, right? Like they're already smart, newsflash. And then insects and animals, like we kind of live this life of we have to teach everything when really like It is actual just symbiosis, like I'm genuinely learning from them as well. Like it's a real thing. I'm sitting here, let myself down. I'm learning, and I'm connecting. And then you realize, whoa, a thing like an insect or a child doesn't have to break through some mold of like not knowing things. They can just embody they know stuff. And then and same with insects. So maybe we can have more intelligent gardens and stuff and family. Not everything's romantic. I get it, you know what I mean? But it's something to strive for, if you have the opportunity.
Well, I think it's like with the inborn intelligence point, I think humans have it's hard to discern, like people get raised by their parents and all this other stuff, but I do think there's an intuition. I think education becomes really useful for like counterintuitive things. You might think it should be this way. It makes sense that it would be this way, but it's actually not this way. And that's where people get into trouble, historically speaking. But you want it, but you can't like forsake, you can't like emphasize one and forsake the other. I would definitely agree with that.
Completely agree. It absolutely takes both, and one feeds the other. And that's where communication and sharing like these circles comes into play. It sparks things, and then there's a combination of going out and doing things and a combination of like, oh, I want to learn and read more about this. I'm just curious what humanity's saying about this. And then a lot of times that's the insight you need. In other cases, like it's your mindset that's new, your newness that you can stimulate a new idea. That's almost more, it's almost less common, to stimulate a new idea. But yeah.
Um, well, I would be happy to go through some of the slides that I had mentioned earlier if we want to go over that, Mark.
I do,
Mark,
we
I
will,
don't know
we
if you have a
must.
preference.
You
Okay.
can call me whatever you like, man. Just don't call me
This
late
is
for
also,
dinner.
I am the same way. Somebody asked me recently, and I said, "Well, Matthew is fine, but I'm not a coward." And I'll I'll reply to Matt too. I'm not gonna get upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, so many people call me Bubble Man. I'm happy with Mark or Marcus.
There you go.
All right, allow
Okay, cool.
multiple presenters can share.
While
Awesome.
he's while he's whatever you guys are doing while something's going on, the yellow jacket thing is really interesting because I was the same way where I was just like, dude, they're seeing me kill, kill, kill. And then one year I saw him eating a caterpillar, and then it sort of like flipped. It was a switch that was flipped. I was like, oh. And the yellow
Yes.
jackets are like predatory. They're like giant predator wasps.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know,
they're the
Matthew, like
attack
a lot about
helicopters
it.
of the insect world.
Caterpillars, loopers, budworms, armyworms. They eat all of those types of pests. So it's like
Yes.
if you have a problem with those things, you might want to consider having wasps and yellow jackets. I don't know. Like you let
Maybe
them.
I would say I think yellow jackets are a little aggressive for a
A
lot of people,
little?
but
Holy
if they're in your
shit.
area, yeah, well, you
Yeah,
don't want to piss them off. You don't want to piss them off. But paper wasps, the thing is that people assume that all wasps are like yellow jackets, and
Mhm.
they're not. Paper wasps are super docile, and you can learn the difference. It's not hard. They're bigger than yellow jackets, and they don't move as aggressively as yellow jackets. And they also have been shown to be able to recognize each other's face plates, different markings. Actually, some species, more darker markings are considered like I guess like more strong. So like other adults, other females won't um, challenge females that have more darker, more melanin in their faceplate. But um,
oh wow.
what I wanted to bring up was like, yeah, they love caterpillars. There are other wasps, many like people might have seen tarantula hawk wasps fly by them in like Southern California, for example, blue iridescent, just full of piss and vinegar. But they're solitary. They don't have a nest to defend, so they don't really care about you. Really, they're just scary to you. Um, but they're really just looking for nectar all the time, and they're actually basically herbivorous until it comes to tarantulas. And others go after spiders, and they make mud daubers make these nests. And if you don't want like spiders, clogging up like it happens every autumn over here with the hallways and stuff, let those mud daubers sort of subsist in your location. Don't have to kill everything that's an insect. So I would definitely encourage that behavior for sure.
That's super cool. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think we do have the paper wasps. That
Oh,
does that's
actually,
the kind of
yeah, let's look at it.
nest they
Actually,
make.
let's look at it since we're on the topic.
They look really similar, like the paper wasp. Actually, I would have had a hard time distinguishing between the
I
two.
don't
They both have the yellow and black
That's
markings.
that paper wasp here. This paper wasp, it looks a little bit like, there are ones that look like this. You can really tell. You see those two divots on the top of the abdomen of the
Yes.
yellow?
Yeah,
Yes. So
it's
that's a
shrink.
major way to tell the difference. Yeah, look at
Yeah,
the yellow
there's
jacket. Yeah. It's
yeah, I
much more
see that.
yellow, much less black. It's like
And it's like a
reversed.
solid thorax or whatever it's called.
Yes, yeah. And there's like here, there's all kinds. There's like Polistes are the paper wasps. So Polistes, there's Domesticus, which by the name you might expect is kind of docile, doesn't really care about you too much. Um, as long as you don't get up in their face in the nest, you're probably fine. And they need all these fats and proteins from caterpillars to feed it to they carve them up, they get rid of the hard parts, they don't care, and then they feed all of that to their larvae because they need fat and proteins to then metamorphosize. So you get Pokemon, even me who knows the difference, I'm going to say evolve on this stream, but they metamorphose into adults and they need all that nutrient. So there's a huge incentive, and as the nest gets bigger, there's more caterpillar killers. So yeah, if you can tolerate them, if you're not allergic to them, I think that there's even research I've seen in like Florida, I think, where um, they were trying to find ways to like encourage paper wasps to make their nest on like a movable track, and then they can take this like post and then put it somewhere else so that they can get more caterpillar killing. But the problem is that wasps have like a locational understanding of where they are spatially, so it might confuse them, I think was one of the results. But there was ways to like make it work and have kind of like a little air wing command going after all these caterpillars. It's pretty insane.
That's
It,
cool, man. That's neat.
it's so intensely complicated when you think of like creating like a your ultimate sort of dream team lineup of beneficials
Yes.
for a living. So it's got to be different everywhere. Like you're not
Oh
just
yeah.
writing a program and saying this works for everyone.
That's right.
No. No,
Jesus.
you will lose
Potatoes
at
do
the
a good
speed
job
of
for
pests.
everyone.
Oh well.
Like
I do like
they do
potatoes.
flour. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Spider mites are
Yeah.
really bad in the UK, and I was just talking about that with a bunch of growers over there, and supposedly indoors, the spider mites are just vicious over there right now. So, and I saw that you had a spider mite thing, so I'm super interested in what you have to say here.
This is from a earlier presentation that I did actually yesterday for the Home Growers International channel. But there are some sections of these slides that I've also repurposed and used in other presentations. So if you wanted to see the whole thing, you can check it out there. But yeah, like this, like I looked up new research in order to keep current on the things I like to talk about. And yeah, so this is the two-spotted spider mite. For many people, they know what this looks like, but I always like to call it the plant poison drinker. And it's got over 1,000 host plants, about 150 of which are crops that are important to humans. But they have this, like I said earlier, this insane capability for resisting synthetic compounds and natural compounds. Oh, was somebody trying to say something? No?
557 resistance cases involving 96 types of synthetic pesticides. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, and over 140 families of plants, which is like huge breadth and depth, right? So like, why are they able to do this? They're able to do it because there are conserved immune system responses that plants have. They're more basal, but even all of the little niche versions and changes and things that all the plants have had, they're able to manipulate the plant and also change and also detoxify stuff. Um, Josh had mentioned, the UK having really bad spider mites. I'm not surprised. It turns out that according to this research, Europe might be the origin zone of spider mites based on their biodiversity. It's kind of the same logic as like the like the fact that like, you know, parts of, I think it's sub-Saharan Africa has the greatest biodiversity of the human genome. And so it correlates with the idea that, you know, humans come from Africa originally and that sort of thing. So in a similar sort of way, these samples had the most biodiversity. So there's a strong, you know, circumstance for this possibility. When I first read the research, I actually was familiar with research that postulated that South America was the origin zone, but they didn't have this level of extent, and it was more hypothetical. So it's cool to see this sort of change over time. But it kind of makes sense because I think Persimilis mites, which are specialist predators of two-spot spider mite and other spider mites, I think are originally the ones that we first got were from like Egypt or like the Levant or like the Mediterranean area. So it kind of checks out. But there's populations, these blue sections on the right. By the way, am I the only one who sees the video of ourselves, or is this also on screen?
You are on screen in the top right corner. That's it. And if you
Okay,
want it different,
just
just let
me.
me know. Yep, just you.
No, no, no. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I will
I see the map.
small active. There we go. Okay.
I see a
Yeah, good,
map.
good. So on the on the blue section, these are Asia from Asia, and they have huge chemical resistance genes. This is a sort of complicated. It's actually not that complicated. It looks complicated, but it's actually just a little sampling of these genomes and showing their relatedness. So on the yellow ones are from Europe, the brown ones are from North America, the blue ones are from Africa, and the light blue ones are from Asia. But there's three main parts or four main parts here that I want to focus on. I guess two of them I already talked about. One is that they found that a Romanian population had a huge amount of its genes from a different species of spider mite. We've also seen hybridizations with other species as well. So, you know, this is another way they can kind of sort of download new resistances. Italy, Greece, France, and England were found to be the base for biodiversity. So it's possible that for people who grow in these areas, they might have the most adaptives of the adaptive spider mites, which is a scary thought. Um, yeah, so
How do they
um,
acquire new resistances from one another? Like what? They're just
selection. Oh,
hopscotching
gee.
over evolution?
Breeding.
Well, mating together is one, and then the other one is the selection pressures that we sort of force onto them. Really, giant Galapagos Island effect. Really.
Hmm.
Yeah. So they're resistant to things like you shouldn't be using this in cannabis, but they're resistant to things like abamectin and carbamates, even pyrethroids and organophosphates. And they're even resistant to second and third generation acaricides too.
What about
They're
the
mainly able to
neonics?
neonics, I believe, as well. Yes.
They are.
Because I think neonics also affect. Now, neonics are usually insect physiology, but mites have a similar physiology, so there's some effect generally. But pyrethroids, I think, affect the same acetylcholine receptors
Right.
as I forget if I said neonicotinoids, nicotinoids, or pyrethroids there, but they both affect the same certain neurobiology. This
Yeah.
was the fact I was talking about earlier about megabase pairs with spider mites and russet mites. But yeah, the cassava spider mite, the kanzawa spider mite, and there's hundreds of other spider mites out there that might be able to hybridize with a two-spotted spider mite. This has probably been happening for a long time, you know, when you think about it. Budworms also have this great capability. Um, some of them are resistant to BT proteins. They have a genetic component, but they also have microbes like Enterococcus and Klebsiella in their gut. Their gut, for those who don't know, a lot of caterpillar guts are actually incredibly base from a pH scale. And budworms are magnitude below bleach, which I believe is at the top. So yeah, it's pretty aggressive. Um, so these BT proteins usually come in, the BT produces them, and it wrecks their gut lining. They get sepsis and they die. But these microbes help keep the pH so high that the proteins denature. Incredible.
That's wild.
Um, isn't that wild? And so they
How does
also, there's
nature do
population.
that?
There's
Well,
things.
it's a very small gut. It's a very small gut. Well, I'll tell you how. You want to know how? I know how. They have goblet cells in their gut like we do. and
Yeah.
they have a bunch of proton pumps, and they pump out a bunch of um uh uh, uh what's the word, hydrogen, yeah, and that's
Acid.
how they keep the pH up basically, and it helps them digest stuff. It
Interesting.
also it also denatures toxins and proteins that the plants produce too. So
On a side note, I'll let Matthew continue talking, but just very quickly, if you are
oh yeah,
dealing with
yeah.
if you are dealing with pests, the proper thing to think about with IPM is 100% coverage. If you follow an IPM regimen for a few weeks, spraying every certain number of days, and you achieve 100% coverage, you will have a much higher rate of success if you have to do it. It's about the coverage, the
I
full
would say
coverage.
so.
That's the
I would
bottom
say
line.
so.
At a small scale, it's feasible for the home
Yes.
grower if it has to be done. But on
Yeah,
the side note, do you think with spider mites, have you noticed any different efficacy levels with a biological or chemical spray versus a predator mite treatment system like Persimilis? Do you think one of those is better in terms of the IPM world, or is it just dependent variable depending on environment and conditions?
making me say a lot of boring answers, Russ, which is it depends. But it's true. I love, if you're going to use biocontrols and it makes sense for your context. I love using Persimilis mites because they're so effective against spider mites. But I think the real, clinchpin. I think that's a better term, is getting them early. Not just the predator mites, but also like spotting them early. If you spot them really early, and on a home grow scope, although I don't like the idea that home grow is associated with small grows, because I want to live in a world where that's not necessarily uh, true, but we might not have that going forward in the USA. But regardless of all that, like if you are catching them very early, then you don't even, maybe it doesn't even make sense to use biocontrols. You could just, clip them off, but if you want to be
Right.
sure, like Russ is saying, it might make sense to just, when you apply the Persimilis, apply them broad. Don't apply them just to the hot spots. Maybe bias the spread. So like maybe take 30% of the spider mites you have, the Persimilis mites you have, dump them into the hot spots you've identified. You find them in one place. Definitely look to make sure you have all the places, and then assume that you might not get all of them. And I think that's the logic of um, hotspot applying versus coverage. And I think I would agree with Russ that it's usually worth it to assume that you maybe didn't get 100% of your sample.
Have you ever used Thethoris punctillum, the spider mite destroyer?
Yes. Yes.
I've always wondered about that one. I've never used it. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. I like it, but I almost never recommend other predators for spider mites for cannabis than Persimilis or maybe Californicus, because like there's Feltiella carasuga, which is a midge that's has a larvae that feeds on spider mites, but pretty much no one, uh, I feel like most people don't use it or have even heard of it, because I think its use case is very niche. But Persimilis is like the all around champion in a lot of cases. Californicus works too, and you can feed pollen to it
Yeah.
as well, so it can subsist on an alternative food source, whereas Persimilis mites cannot.
I remember when I first got really into this, like 6 or more years ago, and I was uh, looking at Californicus. I was like, okay, I've got the batch, put it under the microscope on the leaf, watching, and they would, despite, it's like a bad spider mite outbreak, and I was watching them, and they would like, okay, they're going after the adults, and then they would just bump into the adults. The adults would kind of like, they do this like thing, and then they would move off. I'm like, what is going on here? I thought they were supposed to kill the spider mites, and it seemed like I don't know the age of the Californicus mite, but they would not attack the adult mites. They would mainly eat the eggs, is from what, or maybe the juveniles that were less able to defend themselves. That's what my observation lent to. So then it made me think about, management. Okay, so they're consuming the younger spider mites. The adults will still be alive, but then when they die or they reproduce and die, the Californicus will basically be consuming the younger generations, which will eventually cause a die off. Is there some accuracy in that, or am I not? I don't know.
Well, it's a salient observation, because that's also what a lot of research talks about, is that like it's not that they don't go after the adults, but the nymphs are easier to kill. And Persimmilus in particular, why I like it is it's not enough to just say it's a specialist. It has traits that allow it to like climb on the silk threads, to
Yeah,
push through and cut through the threads, which allows it access to the eggs and the nymphs. Fun fact: Western flower thrips, huge, huge pests of many crops, huge pests of cannabis. It's actually an omnivore, and it will feed on the spider mite eggs if it had access to them, but it doesn't because of the silk. And there's research that showed when they remove the silk threads, and the adults would sometimes might bully thrips that they detect in their area, by like tackling them a little bit. The Western flower thrips just ate all of their eggs.
trippy.
Um,
Huh.
yeah, isn't that trippy? So yeah, so like some of these bugs are a little bit more interesting than we might expect, and the reason why they produce these silk, they have some tangible benefit for the spider mite, but the Persimmilus neutralizes that.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, the Persimmilus are the ones for spider mites, in case for anyone listening. That's the one. But right on.
That's the spider mite predator.
I kind
Yeah.
of tangent you off of your topic, Matt, but if you want to
Oh no,
with your
this is meant to be conversational. Nah, the presentation I had before, I was going at a quick clip. But yeah, I do intend to have like a conversational part, but I will get to this is the warm up for the microbes. It's all microbes, right? I think everyone on this panel and the audience appreciates that. I think.
brah.
We're all warming up to microbes.
Yes.
We love it.
So one of the coolest things about pudworms, if you can call it that, is that there's a population in Xinjiang that survives as pupae. So the caterpillars get fat on your food, and then they burrow into the soil, and then they pupate. And in some places, they just become an adult, and they come out in a couple of weeks, and then they live for about a month. And for others, they go and they sleep for the winter time, and they overwinter. And these ones can survive minus 20 degrees Celsius because they have a well, they have a capability. They have a blood
Antifreeze.
sugar antifreeze. You've heard me talk about this before. It's trehalose. So the insect blood sugar, which a lot of insects have, these ones are able to just store it, a lot of it, and it works like an antifreeze because it doesn't freeze under these conditions, which is
That's
pretty incredible.
mental.
So yeah, right?
I mean, that's
Yeah.
insane.
Minus 20
Yeah.
is super cold.
Shit, for a
It's
tiny
super
little
cold.
bug, bro.
6 inches in the
Right.
soil, 6 inches maybe, below the ground. So
Wow.
normally in the US, I'll give you an example. Around the 40, 42 parallel, like, no, is that like around here-ish? Something like that. Usually growers of various crops would, they rely on the idea that they're going to get a clean slate, right? Because the freeze comes in, kills a bunch of bugs. But if these come to the US and they survive that, then the spring comes in, and people are going to be hit in a way that they would normally be hit, several months later. That being said, budworms can move 750 to 2,000 kilometers, which, in freedom units is like the entirety of the U.S., continental U.S., or like from the edge of Central America to into like Midwest or Southern West, USA. And this diagram here is from my recent budworm video on my YouTube channel, Zenthanol. So you can learn more about that if you'd like. But this sort of shows some of the resistances and developments that we found. The USA examples have already been found in the US and at these locations. And I'm trying to illustrate the point that like People's Republic of China has a lot of selection pressures and resistances and microbes that allow it to be more resistant to the environment. And Brazil also has, accompanying genes, different resistances that do the same or similar things. So all these populations could come together and reproduce, right? Yeah, about 18,000, a sweltering 18,000 genes related to things like toxin processing and that sugar processing. I'm not going to get into this diagram too much, only to say that it's on the right, we have like different population groups like Africa, South America, Europe, South Asia, South China, Oceania, and I believe that's supposed to be Central Europe, but I might be forgetting it in the moment. But yeah, different populations have different genes that do different things. That's what this KEGG pathway means. It's a database of genes that you can kind of look them up and see what they do, kind of a repertoire of that. In China, this is just more of the same. This graph on the left shows different chemistries, pesticides on the bottom, and genes on the right. And if it's got a light blue or a blue color, then those genes are much more expressed in relationship to the chemicals that the bugs are exposed to. North China uses upwards of 70,000 tons of pesticide on a 10 million hectare area and about eight applications per year. This is divided. And then Xinjiang, for example, only uses like 18 tons in an area of 6 million hectares. So there's, as you can see, there's a big change in use case, and that's probably why we get these selection pressures. This is like a cool, on the right here, probably is the more relevant section. This shows that a little change in a little protein receptor on the cell wall, this is what's allowing the insects to store a lot of sugar. This little green section here, this receptor allows that to happen. And then this here is a diagram that shows a little gene change here, this mutation L315 on this little receptor here. This changes the gut lining so that the Bt toxins can't destroy the gut. And on the left, we have examples here where these genes are being found in particular. So as trade grows, we would expect these to kind of move across the world. And this is a bunch of stuff about cannabis Midwestern genes that I'm going to skip here to the microbiome section. So this research found a cool microbe called now it's called Peribacillus frigorotolerans C1141. This is the specific strain. They found thousands of growth promoting genes in this one bacteria, and some of them had direct effects, some of them had indirect effects. Here's what Russ was talking about earlier, this SAR, ISR, systematically acquired resistance or induced systemic response. But other things, like even things that allowed it to be more effective for itself, like its fitness in the host, spore production, stress neutralization of like environmental factors. They said plant-derived substract usage. I think this is a translation error or something, because I think what they mean to say is like extract, but maybe somebody who's a chemist like Mark could illustrate that for me, because I'm not sure about this interpretation, to be honest, when I was reading the research report. I think this is also another way to just say subtract in English. I know a few people who say subtract instead of subtract, but I do know that's the case. Does anyone have commentary on that, by the way?
No, but
Genuine interest.
What
okay,
is?
Yeah.
This is like fast. It's reclassified from bacillus. What is this? We're looking at a strain of
Parabacillus is the genus, and Frigoritolerans is the species, and then C1141 is the particular strain that they looked at here. This was found as an endophyte in cannabis, and in the research it was called bacillus, but you know how taxonomy is, Russ. Sometimes a research report will call it one thing, but they didn't look it up to find out that it's actually called, this particular species was called Bacillus frigoritolerans, and now it's called Parabacillus. And a lot of bacillus got reclassed into Peribacillus because of their relationship and how related they are. Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting.
Do they talk about where it comes from or how what makes the plant have it in its biome or like causation of, how to create it in a
I think
biome
they
for.
I think they do a little bit, but I think this is kind of more provisional. They just found it, and I know that peribacillus, as it's called now, or I should just say Frigora tolerans or Frigga, we'll call it Frigga. So Frigga here, Frigga, yeah, is it's been found in other plants too. I think it was first isolate. I did look it up. I think it was first isolated in another plant entirely, and maybe it was like decades from now. So we've known about this organism for a very long time already. So it is not unique to cannabis, but this particular strain, they looked at it uniquely. Let's put it that way.
Bro, 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 bro. Listen, this is fascinating. Okay, so the bacillus thing. Um, there's a company called Key to Life, and they were sending me samples. They're like, "Oh, this is like a cleaner. Like it helps like clean the so it breaks down. It's like you can use it to clean your lines, but it's also." And I'm like, "What is it?" He's like, "Oh, it's just a bunch of bacillus strains." I'm like, "Wait." He's like, "Yeah, yeah, bacillus have all these enzymes." And so I'm looking up Frigga. Frigga here releases a lot of, it says, biologically potent cocktail of extracellular enzymes. They break down proteins in the soil, break down starches, break down cellulose, break down pectins, release plant available phosphorus. This is actually really,
Yes,
really cool. This is like really
you can see
fascinating.
that here. Yeah, phosphate potassium solubilization. Um,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah. Oh,
reason, I
yeah, you
didn't
have
put
it
the
right
number
there. Yeah.
here, but yeah, like and I didn't list all of them here too. That's why I love this diagram, because it shows all these other things. That's probably that xenobiotic degradation too,
Huh.
which is not always a good thing. It depends on what those things are sometimes, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I
really
think it is cool, right? And so like yeah, tons of genes. This is what I like to say quantified microbiome research. These people um had the resources and the gumption to really quantify some of these microbes, which are
And
some of
this
them very
is
versatile.
and this is one microbe out of the biome too.
Just
So like,
one.
yeah, you know
right.
what I mean? So you could just be like, oh, well, I've heard there's, a million or even a
Well,
billion in some case, trillion.
it's wild. It's so wild.
Well, it's
Yeah.
like you've heard of Serenade, right? Serenade is
Yeah.
what's industrial used in Napa Valley for white powdery mildew, and that's Bacillus subtilis, and that's applied with a stylic oil, and that supposedly then eats the white powdery mildew, and then if there's a reactivation, you can then come back with the stylic oil, which is an industrial oil, and then it reactivates it and continues to eat the white powdery mildew if it's present. So yeah, I mean, there's these microbes are important and have been used for decades in farming, and I mean, just that one alone, I know has been used in for white powdery mildew, and we couldn't get access to it because you can only order it industrially.
Mm.
Yes. Like there's a lot of that too. So, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not, power to the people, or that there aren't actually some really cool examples. I was just talking to somebody who is pretty sure that they found a Bouveria bassiana strain that is particularly pathogenic to spotted lanternfly, which is an invasive pest in the East Coast. And Californians are incredibly worried. And there's been some false alarms. But if it gets into our grapes or our orchards, it's going to be a problem, man. And so people have been spending hundreds of millions of dollars to find solutions, but a lot of predators don't eat them because they produce these alkaloids that are toxic to them and they taste nasty. So a lot of insectivorous mammals, but not all, are they're not doing the controlling that we would have hoped potentially. And it's also a cannabis pest for that matter, although probably not the most significant one, certainly. But so like this is like so there can be strains of organisms of like these microbes that are actually much more narrow in their effect,
Oh,
and that can be useful more than a more versatile one that we might not want to kill everything.
Yeah, in the case of Bacillus subtilis, it's one of the most common ones in the soil. So
Yes.
it's funny when a scientific aspect of it's coming out and saying, "Oh, you can't get this or whatever," when it is present in the soil everywhere. And we had an agricultural person come to our farm saying, "We heard that you're producing Bacillus subtilis on your property," and we're like, I mean, we're clearly not. But I mean, I said at the same time, like you can't not find it on our property. It's basically it's covering every inch of our property, Bacillus subtilis. So we kind of had a joke with it, and he left. But
That's
it's
hilarious.
Yeah.
also it's also
I
one of
think
those
if
soil
you're,
microbes that you take as a human, to go into your
oh
digestive.
yeah, I was just gonna say there's a I think that for one, I would say we should blame the regulators over the scientists for that one. I think that's I don't have any idea of the context, but I know that some people get a little bit bug-eyed because of like regulations and the worry of like maybe spreading the wrong thing, or maybe because if someone's saying that they're producing a pesticide, that suddenly becomes sort of a legal claim that has to be kind of maybe they just don't, what if it's like contaminated with stuff, and that could be a problem. But like, I have empathy for that, but at the same time, yeah, like it's a little bit silly. It's a little bit silly in the grand scheme, right? And Bacillus, I want to say Bacillus, is it subtilis, or there might be another Bacillus that I'm forgetting. There's so many, but Bacillus
Thuringiens,
and huh?
BT, right?
Well, there's a bacillus that is closely related to anthraxis, which makes anthrax, and it's also found commonly in the soil, right? So, um, yeah. So like these microbes have a very versatile, uh, many strains and also many brethren. So, but that
One,
doesn't make them all a problem, right?
I'm curious what your thoughts are on BT, Bacillus thuringiensis, like Mark Scaldone just mentioned. They use it in our lake around here to kill uh,
Mosquitoes, right?
mosquitoes. Yeah, and they always say, "Oh, it doesn't kill anything else." I don't know that that's true, but I just wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's certainly plausible. There's like BTI, like Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis, that goes after mostly flies and their larvae. So they are specific. They don't kill caterpillars. So in that way, maybe it's plausible enough. They're at least like a sort of lineage narrow. And maybe they've done the due diligence to make it even more targeted. I know that's a huge aspect of research. However, like how they're applying it and how much they're applying and all these other things, I wouldn't be able to know either. And I do get a little bit concerned because there are examples of mishaps, right? So like, yeah, I feel I am cautiously optimistic. I know the technology could be good, but I often find that the execution is lacking. Yeah, and I think there are questions that people should. I also don't think that what's the word I'm looking for? The phrasing. I don't think anyone is above reproach. I don't think anyone is above like being challenged to like be like, oh well, could you respect my intelligence and explain it to me? Which I encourage many people to do. Like also in the commercial space, like someone says, hey, my bios, will fix all your problems. Really? Maybe
Prove it.
like what exactly are you trying to sell? And also like, is it already in your soil? Even I'm excited that people are able to take control of their own destiny with regards to microbiome um, dynamics by being able to maybe purchase or access not only research literature but also systems that are able to crunch all of this microbial data for us, or detect it in our soils, and so we can make informed decisions. I don't think it should be um, only the providence of certain groups of people.
Hey,
Yeah.
check this out. While you guys were nerding out,
This is the video. This is the okay. Check this out, Russ. It's right here.
Is this it? Do you see this?
It's this. It's this. Do you see this?
Wait, yeah. Hold on. Microbes, yes. This is from 2024. This is like
Yeah,
this is the
this
cannabis.
is the graph I have up.
Is this
Yeah,
related to this paper?
we're getting to it. We're getting to
Oh
it.
man, this is like the coolest paper ever. It's all the
Yep.
different strains found in seeds, like all
Yep.
these bacillus, all these staphylo, Curtobacter. I
Let
don't
him
know a
tell
lot
us
of.
about it. Let him tell us about it.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm nerdy now. I got ahead of myself. All right.
Oh, but I'm happy to hear it.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there
Oh
it
yeah,
is. There it is.
there
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
in dark vision, because I think it's the colors pop. But
Does it?
yeah, aren't you? I'm really happy you brought it up, honestly, because it shows that, like, it's only in 2024, right? It's very recent research. Isn't that incredible? I think
Yeah.
the Peribacillus research is from this paper. Do you remember? Did you see that, Russ? Or is that a different research report?
Okay.
They're all blended up together with me, but uh, so this is a graph that showed physical development of Peribacillus versus another one that's commercially used, Serratia plymoutheca. And compared to control, Peribacillus knocked out of the park with plus 260% biomass compared to control, and 96% stalk diameter and 43.3% height change versus control. So a 25 centimeter stalk versus a 12 centimeter stalk, and a 175 centimeter plant versus a 25 centimeter plant. And so I think that's pretty cool. And it shows that these microbes could be used even just by their lonesome and have like really strident effects that you can really see with your eyes. I think that's important. And then
So,
this was yeah.
sorry, I'm getting excited.
Oh,
So
it's
like
great. No, I want this to be
we're
conversational.
doing a hemp.
Feel no way
I
about
was
it.
doing a hemp research grant. I was looking for like grant money, and we were looking at increasing the biomass of hemp for fiber production, or woody material for material science. That would be you could spray with that Peribacillus, and it would increase the stalk weight. It would increase the weight just for hemp, just for agriculture. That's interesting.
Ostensibly.
Yes, ostensibly
Actually,
indeed.
let me jump around here to this example since you brought it up. You know about leaf spot fungi, right? Septoria, bipolaris, cercospora,
It's been,
anthracnose.
yeah,
Anyone in Michigan knows about that.
Yes, I've been getting lots of calls about these guys. What's that?
It's just feedback coming through
Oh, sorry.
Russ's microphone. He's on a phone, so it's a little harder to mute each time,
okay.
but
Oh,
I'll
sure,
mute it.
sure.
Hold on.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
deal with
yeah.
it. Hold on. Hold
No
on.
problem.
I'll deal with it right now and put headphones on.
But guess what? They found I'll let him get his headphones on. Or no, he can hear me. You can hear me, right? All right, cool. So they found bipolaris CSL1. They designated it here. A beneficial endophyte isolated from cannabis. And here on the left, we have a tree of relation of different bipolaris. For some reason, they didn't specify it down to species, which I thought was weird to put like a strain name with just a genus. But apparently, this is pretty common. And yeah, Bipolaris is typically a pathogen genus. Most species in Bipolaris are leaf spot fungi that cause significant damage to plants. But what they found was that this particular one, and there's other typically pathogenic species like Botrytis cinerea and some other ones. Fusarium has many strains of normally pathogenic species, which is pretty incredible. It increased gibberellins and indole production, and it inhibited jasmonic acid production in its host, which of course is diametric to gibberellins and indole. So it increased the other two and decreased the thing that would inhibit those two. So it kind of has a double whammy effect. It can also chelate iron, making it soluble and available to the plant. So they put it in rice. They inoculated rice with it, and you can see that the control is a lot more sort of emaciated compared to the CSL1 inoculate. Pretty cool. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, we had oh, what's his name? Brandon Rust. on
Yes.
recently talking about that spot and talking about how it was jumping onto trees and then back onto plants and just a
It's also
nightmare,
able to be in the soil. Yeah.
right?
The problem is that you can't, even if you were to like just spray, like let's say you just sprayed, like you had like a microbe inoculant that kills it 100% in and outside the plant, whatever, safe, totally harmless, no problem. Well, it's still going to be odious because if you apply it and you kill everything, but the microbe is still on the substrate or still on the plants right next to you, it's going to keep re-inoculating. So you got to do something about the substrate. So you have to have something that kills it. So I guess if you had a microbe that kills in the substrate, that would solve the problem actually. But the point I'm trying to indicate is that like it's not necessarily that there aren't solutions that work. It's that there's still like you have to. There's now this constant logistical strain, and we inherit it. There's a very famous kind of like the granddaddy of IPM, I would say, and like biocontrol use. And I forget his name off the top of my head, but he did say something very
Rudolf
salient,
Steiner.
which was that, huh?
Rudolf Steiner. Just kidding.
Yeah, it was a different guy. Actually, more recent than Rudolf Steiner. He was saying that yeah, if we when we get rid of the basically something all of us know very well, if we get rid of the biocontrolling effects of these organisms, then we inherit, their job, which is actually very expensive. I lived in China for 2 years. Um, I worked in rice and sorghum and tea and other crops and tomatoes. And here's the thing, there was a time in their history during the Cultural Revolution called the Four Pests, where they had this campaign, the Four Pests campaign, which maybe some people know about. They had all this grain, right? And they knew that bugs were a big problem, and they knew that sparrows would come out and eat the grain, and that was a problem too. So they had people. They organized, incentivized people to go out and basically kill millions, got to be dozens of millions of sparrows. They would go up, they would kill them, they would get sticks, they would find that the sparrows would get into trees, and then they would beat the trees so they didn't have anywhere to roost, and they would just die of exhaustion. On the case of sheer man capability, I'm impressed. However, by killing all those sparrows, which also ate bugs, you caused a huge problem, and millions of people died of famine because of it. So,
Damn, that's some karmic
yeah,
retribution, eh?
Right.
I
The
think I think
balance.
It's like,
I
what
don't
could
know if
possibly go wrong if we killed 12
yeah
million sparrows? Like, they're just
Yeah,
birds.
unbalanced nature, just one little bit, right?
Jesus.
right, just over here it's okay, right? So yeah, I mean this is the same group of people who pooled so much water into the Three Gorges Dam that it turned the Earth's rotational axis noticeably.
Jesus Christ. Don't
Yeah.
worry, we're not affecting the
They're
world.
killing barred owls on the west coast here in this now or soon, and it's like super like hurts your heart to like
That
think
hurts
about
my
like
heart.
just
Why?
look it up and look.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
because they're causing some ecological, I don't know. It used to,
Whatever. Yeah.
yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. So, but I like Dr. James White his information as far as the endophytes and the soil and the mycorrhizal and the rhizophagy cycle in the soil, and he has a lot of really good information on that as well.
So, Josh, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services has a controversial plan to call barred owls on the West Coast to protect the endangered northern spotted
Got it.
owl.
Right.
The strategy calls for the barred owl management strategy, proposed removing up to 450,000 barred owls over 30 years by shooting them in specific
Hmm.
habitats to reduce competition for food and territory.
Rather
Wow.
than stop logging, like don't
There
stop
you go.
logging. You know what I mean? We got to do something with these little microclimates that we have with all these crazy barred owls everywhere. We got to get rid of them.
Well, I
The
guess they're
spotted
not
owl.
they're not native to the West Coast. They expanded their range and they outcompete the smaller, threatened northern spotted owl for
Like carp,
resources.
huh?
But here,
Exactly.
check this out. So while you guys were talking, I was just plugging in a GPT. Barred owls are a way more potent pest control owl than the spotted owl. They're
Fucking right.
generalist high volume predators, so they will control rats and mice and gophers and moles way better than spotted owls. So it's like, here you go. Here's this like example of like, oh, we have to kill this thing because it's displacing this thing. But maybe it's because there's more pests and it's just naturally evolution is like creating this environment. You're going to kill all the barred owls and there's going to be a huge outburst and, you know, rodents. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like they don't.
Owls just smaller. I mean, there's like saw-whet owls and pygmy owls, and the small barred owls are like pretty, like
Big.
yeah, they're pretty beautiful. I mean,
Well, they also don't make noise when they fly. Have you ever seen that? Like
the video of the vortex.
all the birds.
Yeah.
They do like 10 different birds flying over these like super sensitive like ASMR microphones, and they're all, you can hear the flapping, but the owl, the barred owl, does not make a single sound. It just flies and it flaps, but there's no noise.
You
I
want
want to build
crazy?
those owl boxes. Yeah, what's crazy?
Moths, and I have slides for, actually my budworm video has the diagram for this, but several moths have been found to have invented stealth, radar stealth, or I should say, not radar, but bioacoustic stealth from bats, because the scales that developed on their wings will neutralize the acoustic call that bounces off of them. It's a similar sort of way that radar resistant or radar reflective paint on like F-35s and things like that are able to absorb, radar absorbing paint, I should say. It absorbs the exact frequency of the sound wave. And so the result is that the bat is not able to detect the moth.
Trippy.
Crazy. Yeah. And it's just in the acoustic range for the most part of those bats. Yeah.
Dude, how fucking interesting is all of this stuff? Like, I get it. We're humans. Sometimes we just want to play video games and go snowboarding or whatever. But it's like, how cool is it now that you have access to just people nerding out on this kind of information all over the internet, all over YouTube? You can just sit around and listen on a Sunday afternoon to a bunch of people nerd out on shit that just, I mean, first of all, just the fact that we discovered it seems impossible. And then when you go deeper, the fact that it exists is for sure impossible.
My heart brims with the opportunity to be able to talk about this and nerd out. So I really appreciate the time, because when I was doing this presentation, every slide was like 30 to 40 seconds, but being able to like really saturate and then have a conversation, have it like kind of digress a bit. I enjoy the sort of the curly cues of that kind of growth.
Absolutely. We like to
what does it
repeat
say
here.
in here with the triploidy equals fungal bacteria diversity?
Oh yeah, what is that, Matthew? Yeah.
Good I think it's very sort of like, there's not very much research on this, so kind of provisionally. I remember reading in this research report, the one that Russ handsomely pointed out, is that triploidy seem to have an association with lower fungal and bacteria diversity, but I don't think that necessarily is inherent to the triploidy. I don't know. Could be gene factors there. This this graph on the left, B, was showing that there was a correlation between landrace, selected lines, cross hybrids, inbred lines, and then whatever not applicable was, with the chemotype, or in some cases an inverse correlation between these things based on their genes. And so maybe triploidy, being that you have extra copies of the genome, and other polyploidy might have these effects. But to be honest, I didn't fully litigate that. It seemed like there's only one research report, and it's just circumstantial, but it's interesting to think about.
So am I reading this correctly? What UMAP is the bacterium diversity. Is that what am I looking at here?
Oh yeah, sorry. So you this UMAP is like just think of it as like the different there's like a gene like a like a code for different genes, and this is
So
how
like
they were.
the further up you go on the graph, like to the right or up, the more biological diversity there is in the gene.
Oh no, it's like a relationship basically. I didn't put the figure down here, so I don't want to misquote it. I'm sorry, the description for the research report, but it's basically what they're looking at is like different bacterial segments of their genome, and they're using that as like they're correlating that with like the populations of cannabis. So it's like genome of the bacteria, genome of the different lines of cannabis, and where they correlate with, in this case, with chemotype. So like landrace, I'm sorry, it wasn't bacteria. Excuse me. This is why I like to keep the sections of the graphs on in case I flub it. This is actually just looking at the domestication chemotype. I'm thinking of a different graph where they had the bacterial codes, the different like gene codes that they use to assign different bacteria, because there's so many bacteria, and sometimes the difference between different strains is like, a few SNPs, single nucleotide. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
yeah,
see.
here
This
we're
is just chemotype. We're just looking at
yeah,
chemotype.
and
Okay.
domestication line. Yes, yeah. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
willing to be. I love getting an opportunity to be relatable. Okay, and making mistakes.
Yeah, it's up to us to sort of take this data and simplify it. That's sort of the
Yes,
role.
definitely.
Yeah,
I do.
it's not easy.
I do like to do this though, so I do take some pride. But yeah, please, if anyone's interested, check out the research report, um, which is somewhere in this here. Yeah, endophytes in cannabis sativa, identifying and characterizing microbes with beneficial and detrimental effects on plant health 2025. So sections that, oh yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, so sections that were really cool. So this is mostly they're looking at endophytes in particular, which are microbes inside the tissue, and maybe
Which could
sometimes
be
outside
both
the tissue.
fungal and bacteria, right? Both fungal and
Yeah.
bacteria.
Okay. They had a focus on bacteria, and they had some other sections on fungi, but they found that in particular seed endophytes, times vector through the xylem channels, which kind of makes sense. It's actually kind of intuitive, because how do plants get water for the most part? Through the root system. And so my internet connection is unstable. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in fine. Although I did like a half a second ago hear you speed up, and I was like, I wonder if he just sped up like that's his person.
It's just my personality. That was me affecting a like late night commercial infomercial.
Okay, I got it. Then we're perfect. We can hear everything you're saying.
So domestication, the fascinating thing to me was that as domestication level lowered, that's what the arrow is supposed to indicate, bacterial diversity increased, like I said earlier. So there seems to be and I don't think it has to be this case, but because of how humans have bred without considering these factors, or at least having a way to affect their change with finesse, I think that plants that were able to grow without the microbiome, at least, or effects, were selected for at the very least. And so I think there's ways that we can kind of remedy that. They also showed that the maturity of the plant also had a massive effect. Which is why below here I make this point that you can't really compare. It's hard to compare microbial diversity. It's kind of it's fuzzy. I'm not saying it doesn't have any effect. I'm saying it has huge range of effect. And, when it comes to making choices,
I think that you have to have a ratio, like in the soil, you have this base carbon nitrogen ratio that kind of makes for like the perfect soil. I think with endophytes, like you can't just have a bunch of endophytic bacteria. You kind of need both fungi and bacteria, or in a microbial system, like microbial is just this overarching word, and then underneath that you have all the description. So I think that, and then a lot of times in soils, we've found that it's low in organic matter, high in bacteria. So I think over the years, we've tried to bring fungi back into the soil so it can
Yes.
then go into the plant.
There's even bacteria, endohyphal bacteria, that live in some fungi and affect things like their ability to produce spores, their mating success, which a lot of fungi do have mating types, a lot of pathogenic fungi, like powdery mildews. There's a there's a hop powdery mildew mating type 1 and 2 that it's basically like kind of like, I guess it's like having multiple sexes in a species. But basically, the long and short of it is that the mating type 1 has certain resistances and capabilities, and a mating type 2, which is in other places, I think in Europe, maybe other parts of the US. But the problem is that for some reason, these types have not interspersed, despite all of the things I just said about trade and whatever. But if it does, um, it's a quarantine pest. And so what they're really afraid of is that the resistances and capabilities of this mating type 2, if it comes in and breeds with the powdery mildew of mating type 1, then I think there's going to be this huge transfer and it might upend, because hop powdery mildew, I remember reading about how it destroyed like 8 kilometers, 8 square kilometers, I want to say, of like hop production in like the Northwest US. And it was like incredibly like destructive thing for the beer industry. Which, I don't drink a lot of alcohol myself, so I don't have that like empathetic dog in that fight. But like, it's a question, I think, also, like, as cannabis becomes, I'm curious people's opinion on this actually. As cannabis becomes more mainstream, hopefully still, and allowed, hopefully still, then how does it mingle with other crops? Does it get precedence because it's our favorite plant? Are there people who've been growing in places for maybe hundreds of years, and they don't want cannabis to vector certain pathogens or pests that it's uniquely capable of doing? Like hop and cannabis are sister species and that kind of thing. Like, I think there's like an aspect. I think there's a good ending to this. I don't think we're on the track in the USA for a good ending to this, as I would define it, which would allow people to have the freedom to grow and that kind of stuff. And I know that opens a can of worms, but like, what do you guys think of that? Like, how do we all play nicely? Like,
Well, that's been a problem in the Central Valley because some places in California don't like the smell of the cannabis, period.
that's true.
So inadvertently that has caused its own kerfuffle, and Matthew, it's a very it's worth pondering because as we have fought for, right, the ability for, and one I think most activists are still trying to fight for is the ability to grow and self-grow, but there's quite a few states that don't allow that, right? And I think that's where the legitimate pessimism comes from, is because there's more of against than necessarily for it currently. However, the tide at the national level is to do so, but at the same time, at the international level, that is something that's being pushed. I was just in South Africa last month, and they are allowed to have home grow and things like that. And so, as other countries come on board, it's a push for that. So, I think this is a valid concern and a worthy debate because there's many levels to it. Because early on, we wanted to overgrow the world, right? But we know that's unrealistic because when I was working in hemp, play people like International Harvester and John Deere will not even touch or manufacture a product until there's at least 1 million acres in the ground in your country. So,
Mm.
therefore, the manufacturing of decorticators and processing for cannabis only exists at the very small shop level because there's not enough growing. And then how do you get it growing? You had a whole bunch of people that were sold a whole bunch of unacclimated genetics that caused all kind of farming issues all over, North America for that matter. And it's a huge problem that has caused farmers who were initially excited to run away because there's no processing facilities, there's no regional distribution or manufacturing points, as well as hemp farmers I know can't ship their hemp over state lines. There's certain shipping companies that won't even touch hemp. So it touches many different aspects of the lives, as we saw, I mean, in the last 5 years, as many farmers tried to make that switch into hemp and only found themselves literally out of a reality because of those, problems that don't exist. So how can you promote something when there's no structure for its processing or bringing it to market? That's there's a
Yeah.
lot to this.
I think, hey guys, it's good to see you guys. I'm
Hey,
driving.
welcome, Colin.
What's up, boys? You both bring up and spring up like there's just so many different tangents but I think to kind of compartmentalize it a little bit, I think it's like it starts at genetics, it goes through processes, like how do we plant? What are the efficiencies behind that? How do you then manage all that? Like, what's the IPM strategy behind that and making sure that it's done properly? Or, you know what I mean? And all these things I think are still in process. You know what I mean? I think as much as we all know, homegrown doesn't follow you into commercialization. Maybe some of the genetics do, but most likely most of them don't. Sure, your knowledge sticks with you, but there's new things that come into preview that weren't there in a home grow. So there's just so much to talk about, but I think it's really from my vantage points, like from a commercial point of view, it's like genetics, processes, SOPs, work instructions, and then talk about equipment. Like, you nailed it, I think, really well, Etienne. Like, there's no equipment that's designed for this type of plant. It's all just this general catch-all scenario. And if it is designed for the plant, it's very much a guinea pig. Like you're signing up for a trial. There's nothing that's been proven quite yet. Sure, we can point to things that have kind of worked here, there, and very spotty and fragmented, but there's no formula for it. Like corn, in soy, they've done the genetics, they've done the processing, they've done the business side of it. They've like found the channels, and then they found the commodity aspect of it, and then there's product, right? So like if you at a very high level, we've got a long, 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 long way to go. And that's okay. Like I think that's absolutely okay. It's actually why these conversations are so important. And what you just brought up is so important to highlight, is because we have to think about so many things that are in between these broad strokes that we're used to. Most people are like, we get the license, we build the field of dreams, and they will come. And there's just so much in between all that makes all of that even happen.
The equipment,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, think about that. Like, who's designing like something for cannabis to actually as a harvester that could gently do it in the right ways?
There's so
Maybe
many.
there's a
Central
robotics.
Europe,
Well, that's what
Romania,
I was
for
going to say.
example.
Eastern Europe has a lot of that equipment. Ukraine,
But
Romania, Poland,
Yeah,
Czech
but
Republic,
those
Hungary.
mills have collapsed. Those have
Yes,
yeah,
it's true.
they've
the
been
This is also
sold and are
true.
gone, because I used to import by
I'm
the
saying,
tonnage,
like,
all of that in the 90s.
yeah, like
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
saying
good
there's
point.
there's been aspects, right? Like, yes,
It
I
went
understand,
away
like there's been people that have
with the
tried,
Soviet
but like
Union.
there's so much more to go. And then like think about what our expectations, our consumer expectations today, like how we expect cannabis to be, handled is very different than on a commercial scale. On a commodity, there's 10% of that is really just that, big machines and stock and all this stuff that gets blended in. Consumers today don't want that, right? So that's the other, I think, aspect of it is, are we thinking about harvesting in the right ways, or are we just thinking of grabbing this plant?
I think that the hemp is a good example. What we found, what happened in our community is we figured out hemp was less than 0.3%. And then all of a sudden there was two branches of hemp. There was medicinal hemp that went to 20% and above, which was often grown as a female in a female field. And then there's industrial hemp, which is always going to be male and female and is always going to have pollen in the wind. So if you're going to like really do it outright. You kind of have to have industrial hemp zones, which is going to have pollen all over the air. You'll have to have some type of medicinal hemp, or just put medicinal hemp with THC, which is pretty much where it is in Canada. Like, there is no good CBD available in Canada. You would have to grow your CBD and a THC license. And Marcus might say something different that I might not know about, but a lot of the approved cultivars in Canada are really not heady CBD varieties. There's a few.
No, because hemp was always like initially the pipe dream that we learned through Jack's book was that like, whoa, there's 50,000 commercial products, right? And then when
Yeah.
you're young and you're an activist, what you don't realize is the $17 billion of infrastructure that's required to make those things exist. And we
They're the
learned that
standards of
with
now.
yeah, we
Yeah.
learned that with hemp plastics. We even learned it really with hemp fibers. I mean, the cotton ginny
True.
popping out in like the 30s was a big deal, and the decorticator getting buried and not really being able to produce those nice hemp fibers, at least in North America and Europe. There were some nice, and it grew and grew and it got better, and it really got better when they started mixing it with cotton and bamboo and other fabrics. But really, hemp was always about grain in Canada. We're a grain country. We produce 25% of the world's grain. And so we grow grain. And that was always, we knew that hemp was 0.3% THC. We didn't know the THCA, THC sort of loophole that would come to exist, I would say at least 20 years later, because our hemp license in Canada was in the 90s, right? It was 94, 95 that the first crops that were just experimental were grown. And it was no one in their right mind was thinking we can sort of, convince our government to do this, but still grow it as a cannabis product, which thank God we didn't, because I will say our first 5-acre experimental field in rural Manitoba, which was Zolotonosha. So it was a step up from the 0.3% because Zolotonosha was actually 0.03% because 20 plus years prior, the DEA went into the Ukraine and told Goroborodko from the Institute of Bass Fibers, get rid of the THC or get rid of hemp. And he kind of came up with this litmus test in the field where he could kind of find plants with a little bit. It was a purple litmus test. He'd pull these plants. He pulled them for like 20 years and he created the Zolotonosha. I guess it was the 11 that was the first 0.03% THC. So from our government's perspective, we went the other direction. We weren't trying to like kind of be like, hey, it's all good. It's THCA versus T. We just said, look, this shit has literally almost no THC whatsoever. And lo and behold, the high school kids that were in the nearby town came to that field and had like 4 foot, 3 foot, and 4 foot colas in their lockers, not even in bags. Like they were just so tripped out that this field existed. They all just went and cut a bunch. And luckily, because it was our farm and we didn't want to press charges, and they weren't had any press charges because the cannabis wasn't like a drug cultivar. So they, young, dumb kids in Manitoba in the Bible Belt could have got hammered out with some harsh drug charges if that was, 20% THC. So yeah,
You
we
should
just
be
do the
able
grain up here in Canada. You guys are crushing the
with
hemp thing down in the US, so we don't have to up here.
used to
Oh,
be
not
crushing.
anymore. It was
Used to
just
be
crushed.
crushing.
I don't hear
It
you
was
now.
crushed.
You
But I'll
guys
just
hear
say,
Josh?
with the proper equipment, you should be able to get the seed.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, you muted.
I'm sorry. With the proper.
Can you
Here.
unmute, Josh? I really don't hear you right now, and I don't know if it's
Hello.
Yeah,
just me or
it keeps
what I've
auto
done here.
muting.
Hello. Here we go. I was just gonna just say, with the proper equipment, you should be able to get the seed
Okay,
off the top
okay, so it's me.
and the fiber
It is
from
me.
the bottom,
Yeah,
correct?
something definitely went down. Something
So
definitely went down.
Marcus is having some technical issues. One moment, people.
I
did you
think
guys?
so.
Can you hear us now, Bubble Man? We
Well,
can hear you fine.
Yeah,
are we
it
having
just
technical issues? Am I
yeah,
getting
just
feedback? Is
no,
there
no.
feedback?
No, my
No,
shit
no.
went completely dead. I have these
That's okay.
old.
My battery was about to die, so I had to like charge my phone. So I had to unplug the headphone jack. So if it's
all good.
reverbing, let me know. One topic that's interesting in all of this that I find incredibly fascinating. Basically, hemp is at the forefront of advanced material science. So we think of hemp as like fiber for clothing and seeds for food, but hemp holds an insane potential for bioplastics and graphene production. There's a lot of emerging material science with hemp being the perfect materials for creating graphene, which is like for supercapacitors and batteries. So with all of these like hyper advanced materials science in the works, there's going to be a lot of money that's going into hemp. It's happening right now. It's happening at scale, and it's coming fast right now.
I will say
I would challenge that a bit.
the craziest hemp product I ever saw in my life was hemp metal. And it was
Yeah, that's
put in
pretty
my
cool.
hand by a billionaire by the name of Peter Steiner from Germany. And he had this hemp metal. And this hemp metal, it was blunt, it wasn't sharp, but you could cut an X into an ashtray because hemp metal was a 9.8 on the hardness scale. And I remember because he had invited the Hack brothers who owned the company De Beers, the diamond company, because
Right.
diamonds were the only thing that could cut this thing, this hemp metal. And this piece that I held in my hand had traveled around the world like 9 or 10 times, being shown to different people. And obviously, I never saw anything happen from it. I suspect it started building like space shuttles and stuff. Like it was lighter than titanium, lighter than
But what's the
aluminum,
metal?
stronger
What was
than
the metal?
titanium. So, or as strong as titanium, like a super insane metal on the hardness scale. Carbonized hemp fibers. Still to this day, I haven't seen a picture of it
So
or
carbon
anything,
nanofibers. So
but
not
I
metal at
held it in
all,
my hand and I
actually.
know it was real. What were you going to say before I kind of
No, it
rudely
must
cut
be.
you
That's
off, Matthew?
fascinating because like the graphene is, for people that don't know, graphene is essentially a single layer of carbon atoms in like a
Sorry, I thought you were saying
hexagonal.
had something to say, Matthew.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Oh, shit, my headphones are doing it again.
Oh yeah, no problem. I was just asking earlier, like, what kind of metal it was, but it seems like it's carbon based, so it's not even metal at all.
Yeah, I think I don't know, but from my research
But fascinating.
with graphene,
Well,
it's a single layer of carbon atoms in a hexagonal pattern. And they're using graphene for like body armor. It's really
and the
strong when
AirPod.
it's
Oh
layered
yeah.
properly. So it may be related to that, the like lattice arrangement of the carbon atoms. Peace, Josh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to jet soon too. But the graphene, it might be related to these like lattice network of carbon atoms that are really strong. I don't know, but that's fascinating. Hemp metal, never heard of that.
Yeah, it was insane. I had never seen anything like it. This was back in the old Manitoba days when we first started doing hemp, and there was a lot of excitement in the scene. Do you want to finish up on your slideshow here, Matthew?
Yeah, we'll dive back into the microbes. I'll go through all of that. But since we're talking about hemp, I do have a section on hemp too, so this might be kind of fun to talk about a bit. But basically, also because you're in Canada, right? So is
Yes, sir.
Manitoba near any of these states here? I don't know anything about your geography.
Manitoba, it borders North Dakota.
Okay, right here.
Correct.
So this research report was talking about the suitability of cannabis in the Midwest. And when we put it on a regional eco map, we can see that there's a big overlap on rivers and waterways, which they go on to talk about. There were three major ecoregions of the U.S. that kind of I felt like were associated. Annotated here, it's driftless. The driftless area, specifically the what's called the North Central hardwood forests, also the Western Corn Belt plains and the Central Great Plains, and mostly pretty suitable. I'm gonna fast forward through these. Um, You think people say fast forward anymore?
I hear it every once in a while.
Oh yeah.
And anyways, so they expect that there's probably going to be range changes in places like Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas, Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana. This was a cool section that showed different organizations, mostly universities, that were finding feral or land-raised populations of cannabis. So it'd be a cool place to access. Maybe for I was making the argument in this presentation about pest resistance and environmental resistance. Um, I'll just go over some cool facts. Environmental suitability predictors were river channels, well-drained soil, disturbed land, that root or all ability, and ample moisture. And we even found sort of localized adaptations and genes related to that in Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado. SVB2 was a gene called smaller trichomes with variable branches. That's the full name, and it regulates trichome production. They found changes in those populations and also in the MEV kinase, which is a key step in the production of specifically sesquiterpenes through the mevalonic acid pathway. And they also said that the predictors for occurrence of feral hemp in the Midwest was high temperature of the driest quarter, which they said was winter, low field water capacity, and high precipitation in September, which they felt was the last month that got about over a half an inch of rain. And there was a drought conditions in 2024 when they did this. And that most of these populations had a European fiber or Chinese landrace pedigree. So here is recent research, very recent, that shows some of the populations of like wild cannabis and domesticates. And I would agree that this also corroborates the idea that like the pink Euro-Siberia, Western Mongolia, and I would also include the central and southern China, Himalayas in green, and the North China and Eastern Mongolia in yellow here are, I think, kind of relatives in this way. And this is just a section. This is all A, B, and C are all with C being this research report's interpretation of like the movement and different population groups by and large of cannabis sativa, the different gene pools that are distinct. And I'm going to go through back to here. This was the core microbiota found across domestication grades. Pseudomonas, lots of species in that. Staphylococcus, Ralstonia, often considered to be pathogen, a group with a lot of pathogens in it, and Bacillus and Pilomonas. And here's the fungal endophyte example. I would have liked to have Josh on. I'll have to come back again and have people where we can talk about this microbiota.
Absolutely.
But like some of the most abundant fungal endophytes, this was in a hydroponic greenhouse. Okay, this is not in soil. An important point I wanted to make here was that the substrate, I believe, was cocoa fiber, and they found that there were endophytes associated with the substrate and those that were not associated with the substrate. And you'll see a couple of things: Aspergillus, Penicillium, Fusarium, Trichoderma, that were associated with the substrate versus those that were not: Botrytis, Peziza, Phycomyces, but also Alternaria and Beauveria. Beauveria they applied. So over 1% abundance, which is high, was Fusarium, Penicillium, Rhizophagus, like Rhizophagus irregularis, the mycorrhiza, and Aspergillus were found as an endophyte, whereas others were not. But the coolest thing for me is that there were two Penicillium species, Rubens and Citronum, which produced antibiotics. Penicillin, obviously, but also citrinin. And those was found in all tissue samples, which is interesting, and it might be something that is more prevalent than we might consider, and it might have implications for pathogen control in the endosphere of the plant, inside of it. But there's also, like I said, I think I mentioned this earlier, Rhizophagus irregularis was found, which increases cannabinoid content or yield, I should say, and also stimulates nutrient and growth effects, was found in also all tissues, not just the root tissue, which is where it normally would be associated with, which I think I've never seen in any other research myself that I can think of. But another thing that we were talking about is that they found that explants during like tissue culture, when you clean out all the pathogens, if you're able to, you also clean out all the endophytes, and it becomes a clean slate that is easy to colonize. So you might consider creating like a biobarrier, or inoculating certain microbes, specific microbes, that can kind of fortify the plant as it gets propagated, and that kind of stuff. And then this was a bunch of tables just delineating various bacteria. People could come back to this live, or the research or the presentation I did earlier, to see more, but I'm just going to move through these. This is Penicillium and Fusarium in F, moving up and down the xylem channels. These are spores primarily, and the Fusarium spores as well, which have a kind of like a kidney shape to them. And then this is more spores moving up the xylem water channels. And then these are also differences between indoor and field and wild cannabis bacteria in particular. They also found a bunch of research reports about cannabis in particular, I believe, and their bacterial species, and their mode of action, which I think is really important. And I really respect these people for going over the details of how they work and what they did and putting numbers to it, which I think a lot of people could benefit from. But the most salient part is that they were mostly inhibitive of a lot of these fungal pathogens like Botrytis and Fusarium and Sclerotinia and Aspergillus and Alternaria that people often deal with. Even Trichoderma harzianum, which is often used as a biocontrol for pathogenic fungi, was able to stimulate growth, like dry biomass, height, and root density, which was interesting. So again, versatility you might not have expected. We already went over this. That's it.
Awesome. Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, no problem. So now we can see our faces again.
Yes, exactly. Not that anyone wants to see them. And but yeah, that's deep, man. That is a lot of information. Definitely gonna have to go back. No one's gonna be able to retain all of that. That is for sure. And is there a place where this whole you said the whole presentation was?
Yeah, I just yesterday did the Home Grower International. Michel,
I'll
he
link
had me
it.
on.
I'll link the show. I'll link the
Yeah,
show
link the show.
in the description of this video. So if you can send me that link, I'll put it in the chat and I'll put it in the actual description of this episode of Hash Church. That way, if people want to get even deeper on it,
Yeah, absolutely.
well, they can. And we all know how deep the rabbit hole goes when it
Oh
comes
yeah.
to some of this stuff. It's incredible. It's so incredible that it can possibly be this complicated. And I always know for a fact that we're we're just tipping the iceberg with what we know.
Absolutely, right? And like I think I just feel like people I'm excited that people are able to make more informed decisions about such a complex and nuanced thing. On the one hand, I greatly respect people who are pioneers in this field, in this space, not just for cannabis, but other microbes. But on the other hand, I do think that standards have necessarily sort of increased and changed with new information. Um, and I do think there's a tense relationship between scientists, growers, and which are not mutually exclusive, and also regulators and that sort of thing. I think it's very fuzzy, very hairy when we're trying to fight for just the ability to grow itself. Like it's might feel like a sort of less relevant to think about these details. But I liked what Etienne said. Like there are multitudes to consider.
Mhm. Absolutely. Good to see you, Colin. It looks like you're seatbelted to a dab.
Well, I am for sure, always.
Like it's hilarious, bro.
He's
You
strapped
Factually,
literally
in.
you're just hanging on the
that's
dabber.
always, I always got something. Yeah, it's always
Dude, I'm
it's
telling you,
stuck
you
to
could
me.
not. That looks so fucking good.
Well, I love you all. I loved your presentation, man. That was awesome. It's funny, I tried to DM you like maybe months ago and I wanted you to come on the show. And I'm glad Marcus had reached out to you and you're here. It's great, man.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, Matt,
Nice
Um,
to meet
seriously,
you.
One of the things that we never contemplated when we originally started testing for THC and all that, and started doing microbial testing back in '08 and '09. We did not think it would ever be prickly between, because initially it was embraced when growers had the opportunity to finally come forward and get their stuff tested. They came forward, excitedly. You know what I'm saying? They came forward with vigor. And um, I think also our not really understanding what the numbers were early add to the confusion, right? Because it led to that confusion of, oh, a higher THC number must, i.e., get me high, which, as we know, is not the case. But it's been fascinating to watch over the past, 15, 16 years, this prickliness grow between the growers and the because originally I had a whole bunch of people come to me and say, "Oh, my stuff's clean. I can't wait to get it tested," and then it came up hot, or it came up and it failed, and that, of course, was a huge disappointment. But it also showed me, the need for and why testing was so important, because so many people had promised and said that they were good actors, and it turns out that was not the case. So I think these are recent phenomena that we need to grapple with, because, as stated, we never anticipated anybody going shopping for higher numbers. That was never a consideration in our idea of the concept, and it really pissed me off that it went that direction. But it's gone so strongly that direction that you've got different testing methodologies from state to state, and even what the states test for, which is, again, a confusion when, more happens when people go to other states that have different situations. So there's still a lot of education that still needs to go on around it. But I do agree there's been a bunch of misinformation, I think, has trumped a lot of the good information, which has led to that distrust at the behest of
Verily.
both sides.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the other thing is on the genomic side. I think you said it in like a little soundbite a little while back. Like, most of these varietals are only a few snips away from each other, and that's the truth. If you really look at it on the phyllo tree, and I think that's the other important missing link of all this, is like authenticity, and like actually growing something that has a lineage behind it that um not everything's clean, and everybody passes everything around as something that they were given and labeled, and that's and also a massive issue still today.
Right,
So
misnaming, misnomering, and not really understanding what you truly have. And they're so then entrenched because they were told it was this, so God damn it is this, and
yep.
nothing will tell
Yeah.
them otherwise, right? Which is
I
How
another
got
dare
frustration.
you? How dare you say that I'm wrong about something,
Right.
possibly?
exactly. Well, that's the thing, is like everyone's so hyped up on that that thought, that little moment right there that you just picked on, and they're not stopping to think that, hey, maybe this deserves a different name, or maybe it is something different, and that can be okay. It doesn't need to be, everyone doesn't need to always be right, because it's not necessarily about that, right? It's about making sure that you're growing the right things, and you know that what you have.
That you
So
know what you have. I did a
yeah.
video on um a hazelnut powdery mildew a while
Mm.
ago, and there was this new powdery mildew that came in. Normally, the ones they get affect their leaves, not a huge deal, but the new one came in and it affected the nut clusters, which of course causes the direct yield problems. And I bring it up because exactly what you said happens in a bunch of crops. Hazelnut is neat because it often outcrosses, and there's cultural groups, especially in Turkey, that they've been around for like centuries, millennia, perhaps. And because the hazelnuts don't have to you can just grow them in one spot. So like if they get pollinated, or if they just seed themselves, like there's not as much selection breeding as what I'm trying to say in the sense of like cannabis can have, or many other plants get. And what they found was when they looked at cultivars for resistance, they also found that a lot of the plants that had certain names, like tombul, is a cultivar that I bet all of us have eaten. without knowing what it is, because it's a big nut. It's the one that people like the most, and it's used in a lot of confections and things like that. It's like a high grade cultivar, but it's mostly based on physical characteristics, like other things we've seen in cannabis. And they found that a lot of the plants that had certain designations were actually totally unrelated. So this stuff happens, and
Yeah,
it's feckless and mendacious to be like, no, I'm right because I said so. I don't care what the gene test says. Like,
100%. Yeah.
it's crazy.
No, it totally is. But the other thing, before I forget, and we've talked about this a little bit on past episodes. Have you ever studied the viral load of any said cultivar? Like what?
Oh, you broke up a little bit. I didn't hear
You can
that.
kind of
He's chopping. Someone dabbed him.
I
Yeah,
got picked up on my dab.
you
Can
choppered.
you hear me now? Actually,
Lima
I'll
Charlie,
Yes,
go
chopper
ahead.
now.
Yeah.
we can hear.
You know,
No, you're still coppering. Check the charge on your headphone.
Can you guys hear me without reverb?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Lima Charlie.
yeah.
I was gonna just while Colin's getting situated with the sound, the viral load is a fascinating concept because I think it's actually like it's not only important for plants, it's important for our understanding of human immunology. The viral load is literally like the linchpin of understanding of what immune system health is and how plants and humans regulate it and how we can balance that viral load and still function. So if you look at like humans, we have 480 trillion viruses in our DNA. 480 trillion. We're literally just like a complex coding mechanism of like interfacing with viral loads in our environment and then having our body's biochemistry modulating and regulating it through immune function. So like understanding viral load in plants and like how to balance it is like really, really powerful, important stuff.
Can you guys
Heady
hear me now?
as that statement. Yes.
Good.
Heady
So
as that statement is, I would say that you're
yeah.
thinking too small, Russ, and that actually viruses have impacted us since the last universal cellular ancestor, or Luca. And there's a lot of cool research about the origins of viruses, how they've come about. I just read a recent research report about the evolution of giant viruses. But anyways, I want to give Colin the ability to make his point. But that's cool stuff.
So no, I love where you're going with, but you're absolutely so spot on. The reason I'm bringing it on is because specific to cultivation, it can inform things that you may or may not use and need to use at certain rates and application rates as well, because we do use a catch-all approach when we talk about IPM, and certain varietals do require very specific parametering. So when you're looking at viral load, I think it's important for us to continue to study these things for how we apply and how we interact with these not only at a just on a basic level, and let's say you're a home grower, but even at a commercial scale. So that's why I brought it up, because I think it's really important. Um, it's just something that's so overlooked. So I just thought it'd be
Uh,
great to talk about it.
really quickly, I just wanted to say that I have written on the subject in like white papers and academic literature. So this is just a slide that I often recycle of those selected publications. So I have some on the viral diseases of cannabis, and also this sort of there are a couple of other things that you can check out on my website zentinel.com, where I've written about this stuff if people are interested, and that's it.
These
Oh,
are your articles, Matt.
Yes, that's right.
The one from in Cornell Cooperative Extension and Taylor Francis and Sylvier.
That's a collaboration with other people with Cornell to make like a cannabis sativa guidebook. It's in English and Spanish for those who are more comfortable in that language, and it's like a kind of like a just a general guide that they wanted to produce. So that was very fun. That was cool. I really liked that process. But the virus publications, that's one of them, and there's a couple of others that I published on in books too.
That's rad, dude. That's cool. You've been making moves.
Yeah, well, I find that topic that you just talked about, like the origins of viruses and how they've influenced immune system, I think that it's maybe more accurate to say that genes, which viruses are made up of too, for the most part, but not all. And like back like the hypothetical RNA world before we had cells, there were probably things, replicates, that were trying to avoid viral parasitism, cellular parasitism, as they call it in this research. And it's just so interesting to see the gene. These are just genes interacting with each other, and some of those genes budded off and became viruses, perhaps. Other times, there are cellular mechanisms that maybe budded off and became their own viral lineages. Like plasmids are thought to be still, but also in the past, maybe were precursors for some of the viruses and lineages we have now. But they don't leave a fossil record. So, and the retroviruses you mentioned inside our genomes, humans and other organisms are, they're ARC genes from a retrovirus is the reason we have short-term memory. In fact, so you can thank viruses for a lot of very, very nuanced, and also probably these effects were not even realized until other things came about and influenced their production or their presence or their whatever, man. So like, yeah, it's tough. It's a lot of cool stuff. I could talk about it forever, but I'm not going to.
Like I learned that the human placenta was from a like HIV
right.
retrovirus that somehow
Yes.
allowed the masking of the cells. That was actually a weird HIV type retrovirus, mutated the mammalian genome to like allow for this creation. It's wild.
Yeah, it solves the answer, which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So like things made eggs, and before they made and after they made eggs, yeah, mammals developing a placenta was in part affected by this retroviral ingression, which is fascinating. Yeah, all that stuff.
But what does that mean for plants, and how can we, understand viral load for plants? And like how I, what I would love to see, the one thing is I would love to do a research experiment. My great research experiment with HLVD would be to take plants that are just in rock wool and salt fertilizer. That's it. And then take plants in a full living soil system with a complete microbiome as humanly possible, with all the benefits of vermicompost and compost, etc., and have both plants inoculated with HLVD. And my hypothesis would be that the living soil mechanisms would greatly decrease the viral load, and the plants without the diversity would have a much higher viral load. That would be my hypothesis. I would love to do that piece of research.
Well, a lot of viruses have no effect. I mean, we eat viruses all the time on the leaves of plants, and we don't even know it. Many of the viruses you mentioned that are in our body are bacteriophages, like that kill bacteria in our gut and keep populations at a certain level. And also when you brush your teeth, which I hope you do, there's millions of bacteriophages on those toothbrush bristles. I think there's research that came out that talked about this. And so you have like a little bacteriophage repertoire in your mouth and your oral microbiome. They even found I want to say this correctly. They found viroid-like, I think you saw me post about this a couple of years ago, Russ, but they found viroid-like entities in, I think, the oral microbiome of several humans, of humans across continents, including Antarctica. The few researchers and things that hold up there. So that was kind of fascinating, and I don't remember all the details that go into it, but yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. Well, gentlemen, I probably need to go, so I'm gonna take off. But the 3 hours have passed here, but it was really nice talking with all of you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it went
Thanks for
by
coming in.
so quick.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks for having
Always
me on again.
Absolutely, man. We'll do it again someday.
All right,
Always a
Godspeed,
great,
bros. All right,
always a great conversation with Russ.
see you guys later.
Oh,
Be
Bye.
safe
yes.
out there.
Absolutely. Well, we still got about 52 minutes left if we're going to go till 1 p.m., so we might as well.
I've prepared for it.
Yes, exactly. You've prepared
You
for it,
very
and that's
much.
what we'll
I got to
do.
give you credit, Matt. You definitely came forward with the homework prepared and the presentations. There, not many people are as prolific in their graphic bringing. So good job.
Yes. I really
Yes.
liked, as a personal preference, I just I don't think it's always necessary, but I do love having a good visual aid. When we happen to be talking about a topic, you guys are the ones that started talking about hemp, and I guess I kind of mentioned that a bit too, but I really liked your take, and I was like, oh hey, I got a fucking graphic about that. So
No, I think it's something I tell more and more people as I invite them on to church, particularly growers, hash makers. It hasn't really quite caught on yet, but I'm hoping they kind of realize, like, look, the same way you promote yourself on your social media, like when you know you're coming on Hash Church, get in the lab, photograph some of your hash making, video some of your hash making, show some of the crops, close-ups, whatever it is, fuck drone shot over your crop, some sort of eye candy that we can put on that's clearly better than looking at our mugs. Although Colin hanging off of the dab is pretty cool.
I
I think
do
I
kind of like that, yeah.
might have to pin him up there. Look, it even looks like he's massaging it.
As somebody who used to, I used to have
Having a little dab.
I used to always have to read to my dad and my brother who were both blind. So even having a visual is a concentration of information of which I can convey. I love it visually because I'm a very visual person. And that always helps me better understand what I'm hearing because it gives me visual clues to come back to reference. It's just my learning methodology. But so I greatly appreciate visuals. So, not saying it's mandatory for people coming on in the future, but we greatly appreciate them is all I'm saying.
I will definitely bring some
Yeah.
fantastic visuals the next time I'm over. I'm happy to contribute.
Oh, because you're slacking today? Fuck off.
Yeah.
I have high standards for myself, I guess.
We love high standards. That's what I love to come here because I love to learn. I want to absorb. I don't want to just hang out here and just be a schlub. I want to absolutely absorb something I can take forward and understand because it's always fascinating. Once you hear something about something, all of a sudden it starts to orbit around you for the next week or so, and you find all these other little facts and information, which are always fun to watch the universe throw your way.
So,
Mark,
Matt,
also, I really liked I just want to say one thing. I loved the video you guys had with Ian of Abstracts and various other people, Jeremy Plummer, and I believe Mark, you were there too, right? Not you, Mark, but you, Mark.
Yep.
That was like speaking, I love like theory of the mind. I like cognitive philosophy and all that stuff. And I loved how it drank deeply from these different pools of like cognitive science and chemistry and the sort of the interface between senses. I think that's just so cool.
That was an incredible show, and yeah, Dr. Mark helped curate that one, and yeah, the whole volatile organic compound show, the Vox
The
show.
Vox.
We're looking to do another one really soon because that one, yeah, it hit some checked all the right boxes. It seems like right where we are with cannabis right now is. I guess when you don't know what you don't know, it's easier to go down the wrong path. And so these conversations will at least kind of help us or help ourselves and other people who are listening to them understand that, oh shit, I didn't even know that I didn't know that. And it sort of kind of leads you down this pathway that, for the longest time, everything was called the terps. And so that kind of,
Exactly.
Nick Ziegler coming on and going into thiols and thiolates. For me, that was the first time in the industry I had heard those terms. And it was soon after that I heard it more often. But even before I got turned on to Abstract or any of those guys, Nick was definitely on Hash Church saying, look, like there's 1,400 thiols that I discovered in hops. He says, I bet there's that many in cannabis. And so it sort of opened this world of like, oh my God, like we're calling everything the terps, right? It turns sometimes in the cannabis industry, we tend to take science and turn it into bro science. I will admit it happens. It's been known to happen. That's why we try to get like Dr. Mark here. So if any of us says anything, he'll just be like, actually,
Don't dumb here. Don't dumb here.
Don't dumb here.
yeah, we
Or
have someone
bro, let's
holding us
probe.
holding us to what we say.
Yeah,
Which
that's
of
what makes
course
this 4 hours
Sam,
easy.
well, exactly. And Skunkman Sam used to be the king of holding us all to what we said because you just can't believe how many different groups are specializing in things that Sam just sat over at all of the like every level. And he was just at this super highest level. It's like, how do you know this much about this when you didn't even really, well, I just studied with the guys that studied it. I didn't have to study it myself. I just worked with them. And so that's where Sam's sort of high bar got set and his excellence came into play. And we like to represent that as much as we can here at Hash Church.
I don't think anybody called us on our shit more than him,
Of course not.
right? Nobody that I
No.
know who could call us because his breadth of knowledge was so vast on so many different things. He already had a patent on it by the time we were talking about it, right?
I mean, for real.
Yeah, so Mark, check out this paper that I put a link in the chat on. This is really interesting.
Which chat did you put that in?
Our
I
chat.
put it in our
Our chat? Why am I
Zoom
not
chat.
seeing it?
It's in the Zoom chat.
Oh, I might have to scroll. Okay, Mark, there we go. Frontier. Yes, this
Yeah.
is
Oh
the
yeah,
one
this
you
just
wanted
came
to
out. I saw
speak about.
this. Yeah,
Yeah, did you see this, Matt? So this is
yeah,
really
I
interesting.
recently saw this. This is pretty
So
interesting.
so this guy, I don't know if you've been following him, but he's been doing some really interesting work. This is Sang Huck Park, who's at our Colorado
That
State
looks like
University in Pueblo. And it's kind of counterintuitive. I mean, what they find here is that, yeah, I mean, lower humidity or higher humidity decreases cannabinoid content, right, in the trichome, which I think is kind of like counterintuitive, right?
Mhm.
What cultivars was he using? Is he
Well,
talking about
Question.
narrow leaf drug cultivars or wide
yeah, no,
leaf
I think
drug cultivars?
he's mostly looking at CBD stuff, but,
Oh,
and
Yeah, but which one also kind of matters too, I'm
Well, what
yeah,
was the
there's
mode
Definitely
of
an
not,
eight
action?
acre.
I forget. Did they have a mode of action that they sort of articulated? Maybe it's more extrapolatable.
yeah, I mean, I think he's just looking at general trends, like what can stimulate secondary metabolite profile,
I see.
trichome density, is trichome density, especially in flowering, how much of a role does humidity play in that? And I think there was some previous studies that he cited in the paper. Um, he's doing some really interesting work. He's looked at when you were talking earlier, Matt. He's looking at heat stress, and a few different other responses in the plant, and
so
looking at how it affects.
limits and consideration, only one genotype was studied, a CBD dominant type 3.
Right.
It's not certain the same magnitude impacts apply across THC dominant other chemotypes or different cultivars. It was in a controlled environment chamber. Field conditions may introduce additional variables, airflow, pests, microclimates, variations, etc. The low RH in this study, 37 to 58%, is fairly low compared to more humid climates. The study authors caution that this is a baseline rather than an optimal RH for all settings.
Well, the other
Right.
thing that comes into play is perspiration. If the plant can't have an active,
You
airflow
can't
and there's
transpirate. Yeah.
yeah, if it can't do that, then yes, I would agree that it actually would actually decrease
Stunt
the yeah, it would stunt, and
That's what I was
especially
gonna
the
get at.
resin. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
So
wondering if that
yeah.
was like if it was just like
Yeah, it doesn't trigger at
effect
the right
on.
time, right?
Well,
Well, I
no,
was
it
gonna
just
say
like
like
suffocates it. Yeah.
it's
Go
part
ahead.
of
Go ahead, Matt.
photosynthesis, right? Yeah, sorry. I know
Yeah.
you were the one talking. I shouldn't
No,
overtake you
we're
like
no,
that.
no, I love it. I think we're on the same wavelength. I actually want you to keep going. I think
Yeah,
it's
the
great.
Yeah,
author
so
the author
oh yeah,
refers to it as vapor pressure deficit.
deficit. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vapor
because
pressure
that's
Yeah.
part of
You
deficit.
well,
photosynthesis, right? So you need the evapotranspiration, you need the oxygen comes in, you make the
yep.
sugars, you quench the photons in the chlorophyll, and then
Yep.
you got sugar, and then you do stuff with those sugars, and then so yeah, I would not be surprised if it was something like that, which sounds like it could be cultivar agnostic potentially to me.
Could be.
Potentially.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, it sounds like a very
That's what it
fundamental
sounds
thing that's
like.
being affected rather than like but yeah, I mean that's just provisional, and another thing that I respect about you guys is you immediately went and found in a discussion where they say, hey, we don't really know for sure, and not like a lot of people who go, this conforms to my bias. I'm right. I've
Yeah.
always been right.
But we've
Isn't
always
it
found
funny how scientists isn't it
a
funny
lot
how
of cannabis
scientists
science
they
is wrong,
research stuff I already knew?
right? Right, Matt?
But
That's
did
what
you
we
really
found.
know?
Is that a lot of the cannabis science is wrong, and that's what we've learned from or capitalize off of that curiosity and tried to actually replicate it and found that either worked or didn't work. And we found there's more misinformation over science as well as the continuity of science in cannabis. You
Well,
know, remember, people still think indica and sativa are still a thing, right? So we're still dealing with that willful ignorance.
it's
Well,
not that it's not that it's wrong. It's just that our understanding is constantly evolving, right? So you know something that was held as truth a couple of years ago can easily be disproven now with the right science. I mean,
Like
that's the
terps.
great thing about the continuum of science. But I guess, you know, there's always been interest in looking at like light intensity. And again, I think that this guy has a previous paper from 2022, Matt, that looked at um heat stress and not just heat stress, but like, you know, like drought stress. I don't know if there's such a word, right? You know, just
like
starving plants
desiccation.
for water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
We,
starving plants for water, like what does that do in terms of inducing changes in the secondary metabolite
Oh
profile,
yeah,
right?
big hormone changes for sure. A lot of plants have factors for that, like the nod and mic factors you were talking about earlier that
Right.
induce different kinds of symbioses for sure, for sure. Salt tolerance too. Like sometimes when the desiccation happens, then other things that was somewhat maybe we could call medium sensitive to then becomes super sensitive to because there's no buffer or whatever. So yeah, it definitely has multitudes.
I saw
Well,
that
and
in a large room, Dr. Mark, when we were growing in Massachusetts, really large room. It was just like 2,000 square foot room, indoor, really dialed, and all of a sudden the Argus system had issues. And I remember the guy, this guy Drew that was working for me, came and talked to me, and he was like, "Hey man, we had this drought issue. It wasn't actually targeting right." And then we had a heat stress on top of that. But then I went in the room and honestly, I looked at him and I was like, I've never seen this plant ever push as many trikes out in my life.
I would
I've been
also love
growing this plant for over 10 years.
We saw a dry farming method that was being done by the up in Geneva, New York, where they did not water it. It was actually
Mhm.
they had set the land, and we never got to see. Caleb, have you ever seen any of the? I would love to see what the spectrum analysis of those flowers were compared to the the saturated or the hydroponic, like the homogeneous garden that we met in, right? I would love to see what yeah, all around the different compound comparisons from garden to garden. I think that would kind of give us some answers.
I bet it would be similar to like if you have a traditionally grown peach, like a when where you're watering it versus like dry farm peaches that you might get from like Newcomb Family Farms and Willow Creek. And what you have is like higher density of secondary metabolites, whatever they are, just because there's less water content in there. There might be smaller. And for like the dry farmed cannabis that is on like the California market that I've seen, like there is definitely something to that. Like you end up with a unique look, and then I don't know about, you know, microbiome interactions. I'm sure there are some, but
Yeah,
definitely just that
you'd
water
have
is
to
doing something.
you'd have to assume that there's huge changes, right? And like even if you're talking about drought and rainfall, right, with sun-grown cannabis, that there's going to be changes in the architectures of the root systems, right? Because the roots have to go farther to find water. You'd
Mhm.
almost assume that again, there's going to be some changes in the architecture of the canopy itself, right? You'd almost
Absolutely.
assume that somehow they're connected, like the way that I was described this by a grower in Colorado that at 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 high altitudes where again the mixture in the atmosphere is very different, your bud architecture is very, very different. Like you get a very airy kind of larvae almost bud as opposed to something more at sea level. But I think the point is that like if the leaf is kind of like for light intensity, right? The leaf is the antenna for the sun's rays, right? So the leaf is going to be like in an optimum architecture and shape and morphology to be able to capture sunlight. I'm sure in very way the roots are kind of the same to capture moisture. I'm just curious on like, like I always just assume that, for dark, dense, tricky bud, you're gonna want high humidity. And that's why this article really caught my attention because it just, again, took what I was thinking as a hypothesis, which is you need a lot of humidity for trichome density and for potency, but it looks like it's just the opposite.
I mean,
So,
I think it really is genetic de dependent because for that study, it's specifically on like a type 3 CBD,
right.
dominant cultivar, but that could be a type 3 CBD dominant cultivar that takes 24 weeks to flower or 6 weeks to flower, and they definitely chose the 6 week one.
Yeah, I think and to your point, Caleb, the one thing to keep in mind is like more humidity creates way more problems for bacteria and microbial content upwelling from the soil to get deeply seated into the inside of the colas, and that's where you will find aspergillus and things like that forming. So you have to be really careful, um, to keep the balance in check.
Well, we
It's
also
an
know that
ecosystem.
with growing of hemp that we've seen places where there are droughts and there are heat issues that the THC goes hot, right? It actually goes above the 0.3%. So where there is something to some sort of denial of water that causes a spiking. At least we know, at least in the the hemp varietals, we don't. We would need to see the science that actually would back it for the type 1 versus the type 3.
I'd love
Also
to
like
see
an
the.
edge.
Go ahead,
Oh,
man.
go. I was just say, just like, uh, it's also possible that like what Caleb was saying, the right genes turning on, turning off, or whatever, or breeding in a certain way, it's possible we could probably we could perhaps maximize and minimize the bad and maximize the good when it comes to like humidity response. Maybe priming with some microbes or compounds could also have a similar effect, and maybe we can like with crop searing, right? Like people have been all I would say all crop searing is inherently biological. I think the word biological is maybe a little superfluous because for one thing, we just went over all the endophytes and other things in the plant. So, and we might be be having effects on some of these microbes too, right? And other sort of macro level effects. But yeah, the plants have the growth defense paradigm, right? So if they're not growing, they're defending, they're dumping resources into that. So if they're getting suffocated, perhaps there's ways that we can like kind of neutralize those stress responses.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to add is it's more of a question for the everyone here is how much life is really happening in a dry farming scenario, because we all know that if you drive back too far, things die, right? Colonies die. So how do you keep that in check?
That balance, right?
Right, yeah, and how does that work when without adding it back in, right? How do how do you naturally cultivate that, let's say, and call it low hanging fruit, living soil? Um, that's going to take some work, and that's just a thought that I had, you know.
Mhm.
I think it's an honest one to ask yourself. Well, how much is actually being kept versus how much would you have to add, and is that sustainable?
Well,
How are you tracking
did
it?
well, they did use they did grow clover prior. That was the thing. So at least there was nutrients in the soil, you know what I'm saying, to at least nitrogen to uptake. Caleb, go ahead.
Yeah. For the dry farms that I've seen in California, they're very much like very limited in where they can be, and they're all mostly in like riverbeds, like previous flood zones, and like so their water table's pretty consistent right underneath there, and really like it looks just like any of these other polycultural regenerative farms that we were touting so much. It's just that they don't have to water them, and they might have some stuff out there just in case there is like a crazy drought so that they can put some water out there, but otherwise it looks just the same.
It
So,
reminds
so
me
you're
of
saying
like,
the
oh,
water table itself is the
You're helicoptering, bud.
Helicoptering.
Sorry.
Yeah, the dry farming's
self-generation can
only
be
happening in
self-generated.
regions. Yeah, only happening in certain regions. And in most regions, if you try to dry farm, you'd run into exactly the problem you were describing.
I was also going to say that it reminds me how like people ask me a lot like soil microbiome, if I apply Bouveria, or if I apply another chemical, a natural chemical even that like kills an insect or something like that, and how much am I going to disrupt the microbial population? And for me, it's like I think that's a very valid question, but at the same time, there's even research that shows that even if you apply something that might be mildly antibiotic or only affect bacteria, let's say, or maybe a little bit of fungi, there's so many microbes, some of them will not be affected, and others, you might shift the population, like maybe the total, microbial consortium, however you want to talk about it, maybe goes down for a little bit, and then it comes back up. And I've seen research that shows where they applied azadirachtin actually, um, or I'm sorry, not azadirachtin, neem extract. So not just azadirachtin, but all the other fancy schmancy chemicals in that really biologically diverse substance. And the microbes went down, fungi, bacteria, but then they souped up and they actually went over what they were before, because there was sort of like a population. Well, there's like a resource glut that also happened too. And so like it's interesting. There's even research of aphids that drop their honeydew, and if there's too much of it or a lot of it, then that honeydew drops to the soil, and it can actually change the microbial population very strongly, because the sugars they get, like when people put sugars in the substrate, and sometimes this is helpful for the plant. So in a funny sort of way, the sugar tax that the aphids extract then do things like change the microbes in the soil, or even attract good guys that would come and kill them or something like this. So it's kind of interesting to see this multipartate structure and kind of hypothesize about
You got to wonder how
that.
we fit into it all. Like, are we a part of this system and whatever we're doing is just like that aphid whose honeydew changed the entire microbe of the soil because he had too high of a sugar content? Or are we the alien that is clearly not lined up with the current system? I tend to think it might be a little bit of both.
I think you said it really well, that the reason it feels this way is because we've insulated ourselves so much from the normal controls of humanity. And yeah, I think that does make us like kind of like a hybrid.
Absolutely. We got 28 minutes left. 28 minutes left. I
Really
feel like I
counting
need
down, Marcus. Have I said something to offend you? No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm just yeah, just kind of looking at it. I'm doing
No,
like
he does
100
this
things
all
at
the
once.
time, Matt. He has kids and a life outside of here, so he's,
Oh, does
you
he?
know,
That's
shh,
really
don't
convenient
tell
for
everybody
you.
else that, they'll believe he's just an elf over there just churning out bubble hash all day long, but he actually has a life.
I got a life.
Strong
I'm glad to
forearms
hear
on
it.
Bubble Man.
Yeah, okay, good.
True enough, Etienne. True enough. I've got like 9 other conversations going on. I got my wife's feeling a little under the weather today, so I'm gonna make sure at 1 o'clock I'm out there getting her a tea and making sure
Well,
she's
well,
got a nice fire built for her.
let's ask Matt.
Nice.
Matt, what are you smoking on? Do you smoke? Do you
Lately?
dab,
Yeah, I
or
do. I
what are you
do.
currently imbibing?
I my favorite mechanism of consumption is usually joints, typically. But it's like how like when you play a video game and if you use a weapon a lot, they'll be like, that was your favorite weapon to use. That doesn't mean the one that I use the most is not the one that I necessarily like the most. Okay, just in that matchup. So I do like to partake in joints, but I find that the most common thing that I use is actually usually like small dabs. I find it very efficient, easy to use, and that kind of stuff. Extracts, also if they're done right, they might be more clean in a sort of way, and you know, um, not getting a lot of smoke and tar in my lungs is, I think, a benefit. And I think I tend to agree with people who say that it's like a more finished product, a more refined product, right? I think that's generally true from a functional standpoint. But I've had some really interesting cultivars to take. I usually tell people about the orange tang that a buddy here in the San Diego space developed, and it was like the orange tang powder, that they made. In my opinion, it was very orange in the particular citric sort of taste of like orange, which sometimes you get lemon, and that kind of stuff. If I were to describe my favorite flavors, though, it's like I like strong gas. If I had to like construct a specific that I like, I like the weird ones like herbal and like peppery and like very gassy or fuel forward, and fusel, that kind of stuff. I do tend to like those really strong sulfuric compounds, like the kind of sulfur compounds and things we were talking about earlier. I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's too candy, I can't have it. But yeah, I mean, like, I do feel like I don't really get tired of any particular flavor, but those are the flavors I find really impactful and tasty. And yeah, I just find it very unique in the flavor profile. And as far as like food and things, I'm also the same way. I like strong flavors. I tend to like really strong flavors. Really, I like bitter actually a lot. And I like sour a lot, and I like savory and salty. And I guess that's almost all of them. But like I like salty, sour, bitter, probably the most of all
Well,
um,
what's your
flavor
favorite
types.
stoner snack after you're high?
Oh, I don't get munchies actually. And I'm like Mark here, where I can't use it to go sleep. Keeps me up. Probably just my brain chemistry. I knew a guy for whom caffeine was like that. Caffeine makes him sleepy because of the way his genes are. Then the opposite, right? So for me, I tend to like to use it as like a thing that helps. It's like a performance enhancer, but I like something like I'll take like a nice burger. To be quite honest with you, that's usually a good. It's usually a good choice for me. I try to be healthy, but I do like things that many people like salt and vinegar potato chips. I like strong ginger beer. I like these kinds of flavors too, for sure. You know, yeah.
No, I mean it's fascinating what what influence, and it's always interesting what people pair with their cannabis or don't pair with their cannabis. I know certain people actually pair fruit with their cannabis, for their depending on their terpenes, etc. I've never been that over the top with it, but I appreciate different people's ingestions, methods, and methodologies. But yeah, I am drawn to dabs too, and I think it's also because of what you were talking about, which is the harm reduction, right? You're using
Yeah.
less, you're not, inhaling the tars, etc. Now, I love the morning joint, but
Yeah,
that's
me
about
too.
as
And I
far
like a
as I
hippie
go.
speedball too. Don't get me wrong.
Right. Oh, so you like coffee with it, right?
I don't drink a lot of coffee lately, but yes, I do, and yes, I will use all other caffeinated and caffeine adjacent products as well to really have a zip to my zap.
Zip to the zap. Zippity doo dah. How about that?
That's right. Yes, exactly that.
My oh my,
Dude,
what a wonderful
dude,
day.
Mark, you just been smashing on the Puffco this whole show? Is that what you've been doing? Yeah, dude.
Yeah, look
I
at
love
him.
the pipe. I love the like yes, yeah.
Well, I went and visited our friend last week,
I saw.
Brian.
Oh, Best Friend Farms. Yeah, we haven't seen him in some weeks. Hopefully he shows up for the compassion episode next
What
week.
what flavor is that, Dr. Mark?
He's just busy,
Uh,
bro. Busy, busy.
it's the
Yeah.
gas mask. The gas
How good is
mask.
it?
You look gassed.
Super good.
Oh man, I tell you what, holy shit, yeah. Want to show you
Well,
a piece.
Brian is definitely good at what he does. He's conscious. He's super just good vibes. It was great to see the photo. That's some piatella he hit you up with or some melt.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that made me smile. Dude, I'm definitely coming down. I'm just gonna drive down and see you next time I'm in Quebec.
Yeah, you're only like an hour away,
I
right? You're
know.
an hour away when you're here at Farnham, I think, right?
Yes.
Come
How
on,
far from
man.
Burlington are you, Dr.
Dude,
Sheldon?
I'm only like about 10 minutes from Burlington.
Jesus.
dude, I'll drive
Well,
Yeah,
when
up.
you ask
Let us
Let's
know when you're
you
gonna
go.
asked
do.
if
Let's do it. I'm gonna crash in your pad, Dr. Mark. Get ready.
Absolutely, Colin. Let's do it. Let's
dude.
do it.
you asked
We'll
about
get
what
it.
I paired with. I realized this
Yeah,
tea I
Marcus,
like
did
to
you
pair
get
with
your
a lot.
thing? Did I hear you right?
I saw you drinking that tea. Did you hear me right? What?
Did you get your waiver?
I got my waiver, dude.
So you could come to the United States right now.
I can come to the United States. I'm going to Vegas next month for MJ
Oh,
BizCon.
Nice.
yes.
Yeah, coming. I'm there. That's what I'm saying. In fact, when I was in Quebec like 2 days ago in Farnham, I was like, I had my waiver with me, but I was like, just like I'm gonna like be very respectful of my going to America. So I'm gonna make sure that I don't bring bags that I've traveled with a lot. If I drive over, I'm not gonna just drive over in my truck because it's like I'm a legal medical patient here. There could easily be a tiny little piece of bubble that dropped out of my pocket and fell down into some plastic component and melted and is sitting there. I could never find it. I just don't want to give them any reason to take away my waiver. I just want to be able to be like, let me just go down and
Yep.
hang out with my friends. I'm not going to cause any problems down there. I
Yeah.
promise. But I am going to have a nice time.
Well, let's fucking go, man. Let's go. We gotta get yeah.
So I might be back in Farnham after let's see, Vegas ends on the 5th. I got to go to Whistler for like 5 days and then maybe like 11, 12, 13, sometime around then I might be back in Quebec. Finish up some of this R&D.
Let's go.
Let's
We'll get
go.
Adam. Get everybody together. Get Adam to come out and hang, and it's gonna be good.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
Colin.
Marcus, we
You
can
gonna
play
see you at
hockey and
ACS, Mark?
we can play.
I want to play hockey.
We can play in Adam's backyard. He's got that rink
Oh
set
my
Yeah.
up.
goodness. So I got to
There
bring
you
my
go.
skates. Is that what you're saying?
No, we'll figure it out. But that'd be really funny.
Don't need you to bring weapons across the border.
Oh yeah. No weapons. You know, I'm
Don't
telling
bring
you.
your stick.
I'm just excited. Matthew, I have not been to the US since 1998.
Yeah, I heard you
I
talk about that.
probably wasn't allowed to go there when I did, but
Oh no,
I
I'm
went.
sorry. I meant Mark with a K. Will I see you again at ACS?
Yes,
All right.
in
San Diego
Atlanta.
coming up. Oh, in
I thought
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
The most next one is Atlanta. I think there's another one coming, hopefully to San Diego.
Yes,
I'll probably
March is in
go to
Atlanta.
that one. March.
When's the
Okay.
next ICRS?
Next ICRS is in Paris.
Really? When?
Yes,
26?
in June.
In June. Huh. That'd be an interesting
Let's go.
Paris. Been there a long time since I've been to Paris.
Yeah, I don't know.
since-
Bon
Yeah, I have
voyage.
friends, Farid Guinochet. He is with Paris Normal or France Normal. So he is
Mhm.
part of our international team at the UN. So you have a friend in Paris, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to introduce you. He is in fact, he was just on in a Charlie Hebdo for the work that he and I were doing when we were at Vienna at the UN this past year. We were passing out flyers as we were showing off the plants because the UN would not allow us to bring in hemp plants. Although we had all the finished products, they would not let us bring in the plants. So in the Charlie Hebdo this week, there's a picture of, well, there's a drawing of Fareed out passing out the flyers in front of the UN, and there's just screaming, "Hurry, Fareed, hurry! We need you in France." So they're hoping that we will continue to change the world laws so that France will change its laws. So we have friends in France. Vive la France!
Of course, there's also some old school French activists that have been there for a long time, a husband and a wife that like do book that I believe they're publishers. They publish books. Wish I could remember their names right now, but I've definitely met them over the years. I also have my own friends in Paris. So, well, just outside of Paris that I would
Wasn't it
definitely want to
Misha?
go
Was her
visit.
name? Was that the
Well,
woman?
that she was definitely one of us, like a super cool activist, Michka, from Paris. This is a different husband and wife. They were good friends with Mila. You'd see them at the Cup every year. It's really nice folks representing cannabis from all over the world. Holy smokes, it's crazy. Now it's just Pandora's box. She's been open. There's nothing you can do except help steer it in the right direction with your knowledge. So where can people access you, Matthew, when they're like, my shit is fucked. I need to talk to Matthew. You have a consulting company you were mentioning earlier?
Yes, that's right. So you can do this a few different ways. I did not prepare for this to be the case in my career, but actually social media seems to be a pretty big way that people contact me. I also have a website, and there's like a little sort of message system that you can use to get a message to me through my email. But you can also, talk to me on social media, on Instagram and on Twitter, or on X, I guess they call it now, Sync Angel, and then my Zentanol YouTube channel as well. There's lots of comments and things like that. But yeah, usually people reach out online in some capacity, and then once we have a rapport, you can give me a call.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, good for people to know because I'm sure some will have the interest. It's amazing. Social media is so crazy. You don't even need a phone number anymore. You just have like an account. You can just call
Yeah,
people on it, FaceTime people on it, the whole nine yards. It's pretty incredible how far we've come. Imagine back in the day, like I used to meet people traveling and then I'd like write my name and my address and be like, send me a letter.
yes, yeah,
Be like, maybe that person would have their shit together in a way that they could not lose that piece of paper. But the problem with me was I would manifest people who did not have their shit together and would definitely lose that piece of paper. So that was fun.
yeah. I've had that experience.
Just meeting cool people where you're like, let's stay in touch. It's like, here's my shit. Nowadays, it's like, my goodness, you just touch your phone to the other person's phone. Have you seen this thing that the phones do?
Oh yeah, like a
What the
NFS or however it's called, NFC and NTC. Yeah, like
it's
the
insane.
wireless. Yeah.
It's insane. I was just like, I don't even know how I knew it. Someone was like, "Hey, we should exchange numbers." I was like, "Oh, I think you can just do this." I must have heard one of my kids talking about it or something. And we just touched the tips of our phones together and they both vibrated and they made a ripple on the screen. And then a screen popped up that said accept. And we just, yeah, suddenly it's like we didn't have to do anything. It was just in the contact. I was like, I like this. This is good. At conferences, I do this at conferences because it's, I just was going insane with the inefficiency of QR codes and all the different ways of connecting with people. So I would create a custom QR code. I would make it the screensaver on my phone. And when you hit this QR code, it was a contact QR code that opened up your contacts, populated it with all of my information, and all you had to do is go save. And that is by far the best way. Forget about business cards and all this other baloney. Uh, just and then usually I would put in maybe in the notes or under where it says company, I might put in like the event that I met that person. So now I have all these different numbers in my phone, and it's like these are MJ BizCon or their Grow Up or their, whatever else, all the different ways.
I still use I like to use one of these digital notebooks, like the Remarkable 2, actually, I think is what this one is, but I still write things down, do a little sketch or take notes and that kind of thing. So yeah, there's some
Nice.
reverence for the old school, but I do think that like yeah, having like a little card system or account card that you can just bebop to someone is pretty cool. And yeah,
Well,
it gets rid of all that
especially at these
hassle.
events, these cannabis events, where
Yes,
it's just like, it's so fast, so much is happening. Everyone wants to get like as lit as possible. Like,
that's
you gotta
true
try my
too.
bubble hash. You gotta try my bubble hash. I'm like 50 rips in on bubble hash. I need honey. I need tea. What kind of tea were you drinking, by the way?
So I actually mixed it up. My daily driver is usually some tea guanyin. When I was in China, I developed a love of that particular tea, which translates in English to the Iron Goddess of Mercy tea, which is pretty metal for a name. Yeah, guanyin, and but here I have some silver needle white tea. So tea guanyin is like a roasted oolong, usually kind of green. Sometimes there's green tea guanyins, I suppose, if you're into the tea world. There are variations, but I like a good rock tea guanyin, and I like the silver needle that I'm having here, which is from the younger leaf buds for people who don't know the difference. The older mature leaves tend to have more caffeine in them and they get roasted in various ways. When I was in Hangzhou in China, there's a dragon leaf, longjin, yeah, uh, that's like pan fried, and the leaves are like middle maturity and they're like flat. And I really liked it. It had a very interesting, like sort of herbal, grassy flavor to it. But the silver needle is very, it's got this like in tea nomenclature, I think it's called huigan, I want to say, which is like this if you have a astringent thing like tea, you drink it and then you stop. And then there's like this astringency that coats your tongue. And then there's like a weird, like phantom sweetness that you can taste sometimes. And I believe it's called huigan or something in Chinese, like end sweet or after sweet or aftertaste. That's sweet. And I like that flavor profile a lot with the teas that are white and they have these like compounds and they have like a more kind of like herbal flavor to them.
I must ask, how do you feel about bug pin tea? You like drinking that?
I knew you'd ask about that. So yeah, so that's for those who don't know, there's a leaf hopper. I believe it's the tea leaf hopper that is I guess it's allowed to exist in the tea some tea orchards, and it's found that if and actually maybe I have some.
Maybe I have some.
Wait, what's in this?
You
Is
can
it
see it on the tea leaves. I think that's why he's grabbing it.
Yeah, here it is.
He's like, oh, here's my bug shit tea leaves.
There it
Let me
is.
just grab that off the top shelf here.
It's always funny how you're always, you know, whenever we're doing stuff and you want something, it's always where you can't find it.
Right?
Believe that this is what this is, if I remember the packaging correctly. It doesn't. I don't think it says bug bitten tea in Chinese script, but actually no, this might not be it. I think it was in a redder package. Less cool that way, but I want to be real with y'all. But anyways, it's the leaf hopper. It feeds. It sort of drinks the fluids, and it causes a reaction in the plant, and it changes the flavor. And I had some. I liked it. You know, yeah, I liked it quite a bit actually. And but you know, it wasn't like spectacular. I think that this is like a it's not a strong change. And I'm sure that if I were to taste one versus one, the same cultivar that doesn't have the leaf hopper uh, effects, I'm not sure if I'm a connoisseur enough to really find a huge potent difference. But I liked it when I had it.
I wonder if it would be about being a connoisseur or about being like a part of that terroir and culture, like deeper than visiting.
Oh yeah, because the tea has the
To make the
terroir, right?
flavor change difference.
Yeah.
Well, just even how you perceive it.
Oh well, I mean, if you want to bring up that barrel of monkeys, yes, I think that your history, your experience in the moment, whether or not I was really concentrating on the tea flavors or whether I was sipping it while I was on hash church or something, will definitely have an effect. Absolutely, I think that's true. Yeah.
Well, I feel like I got to go to China and try this tea.
Well, I would recommend against it.
Leaf
I would
hoppers. I
recommend
mean,
against it.
they also carry hop lane viral too.
Right?
What? Well, it's possible, and other viruses, beat curly top virus from
No,
beet leaf
they
hoppers.
can. Yeah, no, Kevin and I,
Oh,
this
I
is
mean, I'm
genomics.
sure it's possible. Yeah, I mean, there's research that
They
shows
do.
that, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
yeah.
just stays in their mouth.
Well,
Yeah.
well, the thing is, I try to be very conscientious when I make those kinds of claims.
Right.
But yeah, I do,
Yeah.
but I do think that, like, not only is it plausible, but the research shows that many insects that feed on the
All right.
fluids, and even those that don't, probably do vector it to some degree. And it even goes in the water, mechanical movement, So
Yeah,
it
I'll
might even
send you
be in
this.
fungi.
Yeah,
Matt,
it
I
will.
got
It's true.
So here in the lab with Etienne.
what is the patch on your hat?
The Cascadia bioregion.
Nice.
This is the Cascadia Doug, and
Nice.
only cool people ask me about it. They're like, "Oh, is that the Cascadian flag?" Yes, yes. That's I'm from San Diego, California, born here, raised here. But the Cascadia bioregion is in the north, partly in Oregon, I think too. But it's just a beautiful place. So I like it. It does make me look like a paramilitary organization or something like that, but no, it's not the case.
Well, yeah, because it's a Velcro patch, so that's an
Yeah.
automatic association. Being a military guy.
So you part of camp, man?
Well, I'm part of the
Nice.
reinforced Rangers, so yeah, that's the same thing, right? Actually, I wanted
Oh,
to
A little
commit to
different.
the U.S. Army when I was younger because I come from a military family, but I did not end up doing that. Instead, I lived 2 years in China and became a Chinese asset. Just kidding.
No, hey, we all go our
Well, I
own
am
ways
kidding.
and take our own paths. I would have much rather have gone to China than gone to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Well, and this was in 2010. Okay, Hu Jintao was in power. Things were a little bit nicer. I was Mr. International. Everyone wanted to be like, yeah, come into my noodle shop at 2 a.m. Just talk. Let's just talk. Let's just hang out. Um, yeah, the Chinese people are great people. Um, the government I have issues with. Hold on.
Really, you had problems with the Chinese government? I'm so surprised.
I
That's the
just want to
first I've
speak for the record. I have no problem with the Chinese government. I've got a waiver that I'm waiting for from the Chinese government. Everything's good with me and the Chinese government. We're good. We're good.
this is the total South Park show.
Yeah.
Kyle. Well, listen, I want to thank everyone for coming and hanging out today. We did a solid 4 hours of Hash Church. Matthew crushed it. I appreciate you coming on, dude. Sync Angel. I'm going to have all his contact info in the description as well as his extendo video of his presentation that he did on another podcast yesterday. So if you don't know about that podcast, you're going to get turned on to it and you'll be able to see his whole presentation over there. I also want to thank Cha Education for coming on. Appreciate you, homie. And of course, all my rigs, Dr. Mark and Etienne and Caleb in the house, Mr. Colin. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks Puffco and the Press Club for your continued support. You guys can go check them out. Press Club's got the Hash Church discount code for 10%. And Puffco's got some crazy Black Friday deal going till the end of the month. Go get yourself one of those proxies that Dr. Mark held up. That black one's pretty nice. I asked for the haze because the name, right? But I do find, I want to say one thing before we finish this off. One of the things I really like about this thing is it's very much like a kind of debonair pipe. It takes away the concept that there's drug use being done and brings it back to this old sort of puffing away. Like I swear you could go watch your kid play soccer and be kind of in the back area and be chuffing away on this, and you wouldn't have too many tisks happening in the in the uh, in the audience. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching Hash Church Season 11, Episode 47. I do want to say next week is a banger. We're doing Wade's Compassion episode. We're hoping that Monica's going to show up for that. We got a whole slew of cool people from Valerie Corral to Debbie Goldsberry. Etienne will be there. Our good friend Ed, who you guys have not met, but he's very into the compassionate use of cannabis. And he's the one that's been doing all of the video and audio clips for both Skunkman Sam and Wade. So we're going to have a new compilation video of Wade to show during the Compassion Club, or Compassion episode. There will be a lot of Compassion Club folks from here in BC, Ted Smith, Phil McMillan from the Nelson Kootenai area Compassion Club, and Hillary Black. So it should be pretty good. Definitely don't miss it. It's already up. In fact, I've already made the video and created the link, so I'll send those out to everyone here soon. In the meantime, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Peace out, everybody.